How many of you have traveled outside of your community to attend a niece or nephew or your child's sporting event? You're on fire. Good. How many of you have traveled outside of your community to participate in a sporting event? That is sports tourism. Recruiting events into Georgia's community is not happenstance. It is intentional. So what is sports tourism? It's a proven economic driver that strengthens our communities. Sports changes lives mentally and physically. It can be a pathway to higher education or a pathway out of a difficult situation. And athletes with a physical disability, it can save their life. I can attest to that. In one form or another, every community in Georgia, or urban or rural, benefits from youth sports, recreation programs, tournaments, and events. Whether it's a DMO or a dedicated sports commission, Parks and Recreation Department, or even a YMCA, each plays an active role in promoting youth sports and strengthening our local economy. Sports tourism is not just a big city industry. Even though Rome is a small city in Georgia, we have one of the nation's largest tennis facilities. I host 2 professional tournaments, a women's tournament and a wheelchair tournament, both drawing international players. And the wheelchair tournament draws the top 10 players in the world to my little corner of Northwest Georgia. In 2028, Rome is going to be hosting the NCAA Division III National Tennis Championships. We're very proud of that. We're a small town that thinks big. In Floyd County, sports tourism is 54% of our business. Last year, that equated to approximately $10 million in economic impact in our community, with our overall economic impact of $18 million. The state has a little different way of calculating economic impact, and our tourism impact is $149 million. I kind of would like to have sports broken out in that state study, leisure, business, and sports, because we're lumped into recreation, and recreation is the arts and entertainment, and those are all 3 different sectors of business. That's a question for Mr. Zimmerman later on. Youth sports are recession-proof. Parents will prioritize their children's sports activities over anything else and do away with something to make their child happy and play in sports. And sports was the first industry to return during COVID. So why not collaborate with others to work towards a common goal? About 15 years ago, a group of DMOs came together and formed Georgia Sports. We are a marketing collaborative, membership-based, of like-minded communities throughout the state of Georgia who work together to bring events to Georgia. Even though we are representing our individual communities, we are representing the state of Georgia. What's good for the state is good for all of us. We are now a 501c3 organization investing in ourselves and to strengthen Georgia's position as a premier sports destination. We travel to sports shows and conferences, building relationships with event right holders and national governing bodies and trying to get them to come to Georgia. Even though we are representing our own communities, we are a team. We are Georgia. Sports Events and Tourism Association, or Sports ETA for short, is the nonprofit national association for our industry. And in your folders, I've put a little handout. If y'all would look at that, you could follow along with me. On the back side with the 2 arrows, the top is in 2023, the study focused on participant sports, which is adult and youth amateur events, collegiate tournaments and championships. Athlete-driven travel fills our hotels, restaurants, and attractions and leave behind an investment in our communities. I like to say visitors are temporary taxpayers. The economic impact of participatory sports was $128 billion, and that is across the United States. They ranked the top 10 states for sports tourism, and guess what? Georgia was number 9. In 2024, the study focused on spectator sports, which was minor league sports, professional sports, and collegiate regular season games. We are a nation we're passionate sports fans, and we'll travel anywhere to cheer on our favorite team. 58% of those travelers spent the night in the destination, and spectators who lived within 50 miles of the event were not included in those calculations. And the economic impact of spectator sports was $114.4 billion. And again, the state of Georgia ranked number 9 nationally. This was achieved by our communities and the collaboration of Georgia sports, all with limited resources. Imagine what we could achieve with strategic financial support from the state and continuing our statewide collaboration. But our challenge is just like that of any other industry, competition. Georgia's behind the curve. 25 states have already created successful sports tourism funding programs. Why reinvent the wheel when we can learn from them and leap ahead? The Florida Sports Foundation is a strong example of state-supported success. They focus on smaller grants to bring sporting events that attract out-of-state visitors specifically. They fund sporting events instead of facilities. Funding the foundation is provided through a variety of venue resources, including private contributions, but much of the state investment is from the sale of professional sports team license plates. They're knocking it out of the ballpark, recruiting events and tournaments to their state. Most of the 25 states have tiered funding, including separate funds for smaller events and major large-scale events. So that's, quite different hosting an NCAA Division III championship and hosting FIFA World Cup. So there's less little folks too. It is beneficial to all of us. It has to be available to everyone, big and small. The funds for most of the 25 states come from the sale of car tags, as I mentioned, legalized sports betting, the state lottery, tourism tax, and private funds. So what's the answer? So a few ideas: legalize sports betting, and like the lottery, use those proceeds to fund tourism with percentage to go towards sports. But I'll be a little selfish here and say sports betting should go to all sports, just to sports. But tourism is tourism. For example, North Carolina sports betting wagered more than $9 billion in legally paid bets since launching the online sports betting in March of 2024, with the sports betting operators paying more than $180 million in taxes. Tax proceeds are distributed to various sports entities, including about $2 million, which went to youth sports grants across every one of their 100 counties. Is a tourism tax the answer? Each household in Georgia would need to be taxed an additional $1,285 to replace the visitor-generated taxes received by state and local governments. Hotel taxes are already high in Floyd County. Our hotel motel tax is 8%, sales tax is 7%, and then the $5 Georgia Department of Transportation fee. I'm not sure that's the answer for us because we're a small market. We have limited hotels, and we're already high in our hotel rates, which is the biggest complaint we get. But we have the talent, the infrastructure, and the destinations, and the collaborative spirit to become a national sports tourism powerhouse. But truly to complete and to maximize the economic opportunity in every county, we need dedicated statewide sports tourism support. We already know the impact, we already know the demand, and we already know the return on investment. Now is the time to invest in the future of sports in Georgia. Thank you very much for your time. Does anybody have any questions?
Go ahead, Senator.
Good morning.
Loud enough since he's working on the mic over here.
Would you like to use the mic?
No, I think you got me. You mentioned legalized sports betting. You also talked about the impact that those dollars would have on the state of Georgia. Why do you think we haven't moved in that direction?
Well, you try to think about what's a different way to being creative about finding a funding source for tourism. That's just seems to be an area that has been discussed in the past and tossed around. I do remember sitting in a conference in Lake Lanier years ago, and there was a bill on the floor, and it was about funding sports, but it was geared towards the big cities, Atlanta, Savannah, and Macon, but it's got to be good for everybody. And that just seems to be a way that could, but just look at the lottery, the state lottery. How much money does that influx into our schools and the Hope scholarships? I mean, it's endless. So it's kind of similar way, but doing sports betting.
So you're suggesting a sports lottery? Is that what you're suggesting?
Or legalized sports betting. Like, everybody's going to bet on the Georgia Tech game, make it legal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Halbert.
Good morning. Yay. Yay.
But I want to go back to, you said something and I half wrote down notes on it. You explained, that leisure, business, sports, and not just recreation. Just, if you say that again.
I sure will. So the state does the statewide study on tourism, and they break out every county in the state of Georgia and what their economic impact is. And it's all broken down: leisure, business, recreation, and then it goes into sales tax. But sports is lumped into recreation. Well, going to a soccer game and kayaking down the river are two totally
Yes.
different things. Going to a Shakespeare festival is totally different from going to a tennis tournament. So that's why it would be important if sports was broken out, so we could see the actual impact that sports tourism has on in our state. One of the reasons that Rome went to heavy on sports tourism was we do not have a hotel where you can eat, meet, and sleep, which is the conference business. So everybody will drive to a sports venue. So that's when we moved into concentrating on sports tourism.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for visiting Rome.
I think Miss Hortman, she's been to a couple of our meetings and she understood the drill. I think that's what these young folks say now. You did a great job.
Thank you.
You hit all the points.
So thank you.
Very.
Thank you for the time. I
So,
appreciate it.
no, we appreciate you being here and thank
Thank
you
you.
so much. So as everybody in the room's aware, we're wrapping up this tourism study committee, and we've uncovered a lot of information all over the state, and I don't think there's any better place to kick off the last meeting here and focus really on sports tourism and what all that it does for the state of Georgia, how many people are coming into the state of Georgia, what it means for these communities from soccer tournaments in Rome last weekend to the big Georgia Tech game coming up in Atlanta in a couple weeks, and kind of everywhere in between. So here we are at a beautiful racing complex. This is so cool. I got here a little bit early and got out there and took some selfies and sent them home. You know, Senator Goodman and I made a video in Winter Circle that may or may not be published later. I don't know. Depends on how this goes today. It won't end up in the report, I promise you. But right quick, I'm going to introduce Brandon Hutchinson. He's a general manager here at Echo Park Speedway, and just briefly talking to him before the meeting started, he's an 8th generation Georgian, and this seems to be a recurring theme throughout every one of our committee meetings, that there's a lot of opportunity in this industry. There's a lot of opportunity to start washing dishes, and then all of a sudden you're a general manager at a hotel, or you're over 2 or 3 properties. And he said he came here 30 years ago as an intern, and look at him now. So we really appreciate the hospitality. What a great facility. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I'm gonna mess up their system. I don't think I'm supposed to stray too far from the podium here, but thank you so much for being here this morning. We truly do appreciate you working with us and selecting this as your site for your last meeting. Have seen a lot of familiar faces here today. I would say to every single one of you, welcome to Echo Park Speedway. If this isn't your first time here, welcome back. If this is your first time here, I truly hope that you would see or experience something that would entice you to want to come back. I can assure you that whether you're a race fan or not, if you experience a race weekend at Echo Park Speedway, you will enjoy the experience. We are an entertainment facility that works real hard year round to generate revenues for the state of Georgia. I won't take too much of your time here today, but I would like to tell you a little bit about Echo Park Speedway and what we do and who we are. Built in 1959, we held our first race July 31st, 1960. We operated as Atlanta International Raceway from 1960 to 1997. or until 1990 when the Smith family bought the track. Since that time, they've spent hundreds of millions of dollars of their family money pouring into this entertainment facility. And in 1997, took the track from 1.52 mile true oval to the 1.54 mile quad oval that you see here today. Built nearly 100,000 grandstand seats, over 100 suites, state-of-the-art luxury trackside camping. In 2005, unfortunately, we were hit by a tornado. But again, they turned that into something positive for this facility. Built additional grandstands, built the largest public suite in the industry, and again, continued to pour money into making this the entertainment facility that you see today. In 2022, the track was once again reimagined. We increased the banking, and it doesn't sound like a ton, but going from 24 to 28 degrees in banking made this the most exciting racing on the NASCAR circuit. And I know when I say that, I sound a little bit biased, but I'll tell you, we are the most exciting racing in the industry, and it's right here in your home state. Known for 2 NASCAR race weekends each year, we welcome visitors from all 50 states. And most recently, for the Quaker State 400 available at Walmart, we also enjoyed having visitors from 22 different countries. I would say that we quietly help power both the Henry County as well as the Georgia state economy, attracting over 1 million visitors a year to Echo Park Speedway. Over 300 event days each year. Over 1,500 events made up within those event days. From NASCAR to Monster Jam to Henry County High School graduations. We'll race here this Saturday. We have over 20 short track racing events each year. Many, many car and truck shows, trade shows, festivals, meetings, conventions, concerts. We truly are a year-round facility, not just a seasonal facility. Like all of the state's tourism facilities, we spend considerable time and energy attracting new events and new business opportunities to the state. In addition to the many track rental events we will hopefully attract next year, we're working really hard on legislation to support gaming in the state of Georgia. Helping us work on that is Ed Clark. Most of you in the room know Ed. If you have any questions for us after this, feel free to reach out to either one of us. But our vision is adding to this already world-known destination location. Our vision is restaurants, entertainment facilities, meeting and convention space, all of which go into a $1 billion facility, attracting an estimated 3,000 jobs to the state of Georgia. We've got great local support. We feel like we've got great support from across the state as well. Speedway Motorsports works by the edict that we work for the fans. If we do anything at all, we want to make sure that it's first class. Something our company, our community, Henry County, as well as the state of Georgia can be proud of. Tourism spending generated over $5 billion in tax revenue in 2024. Sports is a major contributor to Georgia's tourism economy. We're proud of the role we play in this, and we look forward to making Georgia the #1 state for tourism. Don't forget, I'll leave you. February 20th through the 22nd is the Auto Trader 400 weekend. If you haven't been here, trust me when I say it's not just about racing. We'll have sea lions in the fan zone. We'll have dog shows in the fan zone. We'll have 3 or 4 concerts. We'll have laser light shows. We'll have mechanical bulls. It's not just about the most exciting racing on the NASCAR circuit. It's about entertaining the fans that choose to come see us. We want them to choose to come back. We sell to sell again. But at the end of the day, It's what's in our heart, wanting to be the best in customer service, wanting to extend the most gracious hospitality we possibly can so that our fans truly will want to come back. Auto Trader, Bennett Trucking, Freight Auctions. There are 3 sponsors for the February 20th through 22nd race weekend. They all have one thing in common. They're based out of the state of Georgia. We work hard to try to attract local partners as well as partners from afar. But it's pretty cool that here in just about 100 days, we'll turn into one of the larger cities in the state of Georgia. We'll have fans here from all 50 states. We'll have fans here from 20 or so different countries. And we'll have 3 companies supporting us that are based in Georgia. I hope you'll choose to come. Thank you again for choosing to be here today. Hopefully you'll come back. Thank you all very much.
Absolutely. Senator
And
Jones.
before you disappear up there, by the way, I want to take this opportunity just to brag a little bit about the partnership between AMS and really the community here in Henry County. I've lived in Henry County for the past 33 years of my life with my business. And I've been a partner with Atlanta Motor Speedway essentially throughout that time. As a matter of fact, a good friend of mine who's sitting over there on my right, Ed Clark, I credit him with why I even ran for the state senate. You see, Ed was the
He's
chairman.
grinning
of
like
the-
you're going to throw something at him. But
Oh, I'm getting ready to, by the way. Ed was the chairman of our struggling Chamber of Commerce here in Henry County, and under his leadership, the county really started, and the chamber really started to grow, and we attracted a lot of other business people in this area. And I was his vice chair. So Ed is the one who insisted, and I still blame him for it today, by the way, that when he stepped down, that I would take his place. And it was being the president of the Chamber of Commerce that garnered support in the community for me a couple of years later, because I've been in the Senate now for 22 years when I decided to run. So I blame Ed Clark over there for everything I've done in this community and for our great state of Georgia, but he's also been a great friend through the years. So I love the relationship that Atlanta Motor Speedway has with Henry County and the surrounding businesses in this area. So thank you guys and Bruton Smith and the family for really being part of the Henry County community and keeping AMS here.
well, thank you, Senator, for those comments. He's responsible for me being here too. He hired me. I was an intern in 1995, so he hired me as well. You know, it's a big responsibility being a member of this community, and we take that seriously. We want to make sure that in everything we do, we can put our best foot forward. As I said earlier, we want to make our community proud. We want to make the state proud, and we want to do everything we can to keep driving revenues to the state of Georgia. Sports tourism is very important. It drove $5 billion in tax revenue to the state last year. As I said, we're very proud to be a part of that. And I step into that chamber role next year, so I may call you for some pointers. May call Ed as well, but thank you for those comments.
And just tell us on average how many visitors you get during race week, will you?
Race weekend, it depends from race weekend to race weekend, but we'll get about 100,000, 150,000 visitors each race weekend. And I would tell you through the voice of the fan, the trajectory is continuing to go up. I talked about our banking being increased in 2022. Since that time, our crowds have steadily risen through the voice of the fan survey across the industry. We're getting some of the best marks in every single category. So when I tell you that we're the most exciting track, we're a track that you can be proud of, and I can promise you we're going to work real hard to make sure that that continues. We've been in this community since 1960. For 65 years, we've been helping to generate revenues for the state of Georgia. And as long as I'm here, and certainly long after I'm gone, we will continue to work hard to generate revenue for the state of Georgia.
And just one final question, those visitors, are they spending their dollars, and what would you think the economic impact would be for the local economy here in the south side of Atlanta?
That's a great question. The governor has been quoted in the past of saying $250 million annually. And, you know, there's been studies, the there was a study in 96. There was a study that the chamber did a few years ago. I don't have the exact dollar figure, but it's in the high millions for sure annually.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We appreciate it very much. Again, appreciate the hospitality. What a great facility and legacy since 1960. Legacy. That's right. All right. So right now we've got my friend Mr. Nick Fernandez coming up from the Metro Chamber. He's gonna moderate a panel, give us some information on the impact of professional sports in the state of Georgia.
Well, first off, thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members for having us. I'm going to go ahead and welcome up Jen Giglio from the Braves, Andrew Saltzman with the Atlanta Hawks and State Farm Arena, and then Tim Zalowski with Arthur M. Blank Sports and Entertainment. But just want to thank you for having this conversation, and thank you for recognizing the importance that our sports franchises have on not only the city of Atlanta, the region, but also the state as a whole. So we've got some exciting events coming up. Obviously, a lot of focus on the World Cup, but want to just kind of sit here and talk about just the overall day-to-day operations and impact that our sports franchises have day in and day out outside of the major events. So just just thankful to be welcomed and have our three panelists here. Looking forward to a good conversation, and we'll go ahead and get started. So Andrew, I see you've got the mic, so I'll start with you. But the question to all three of you is, let's just kind of level set a little bit on just overall impact. Talk to us a little bit about how many people your respective franchises, arenas employ. How many people do you guys see through your gates every day? And then outside of the sporting events, how often are your venues being utilized for events that aren't the typical games that we all go and see every day? So Andrew, we'll start with you.
Sure. Thank you so much. Pleasure to be here. We built State Farm Arena. One of the theses was trying to be town hall for the city of Atlanta. So for us, 450 full-time employees, and with some of the highest payrolls. If you've seen what professional athletes are making these days, who are all paying taxes here in Georgia, 1,700 part-timers. So it's a very, very big workforce, a little over 2 million visitors on an annual basis. For us, we do about 160 ticketed events a year. So that's your 40 to 50 Hawks games, and then another 100 between concerts, other sporting events. Think your UFCs, WWEs, Disney on Ice, Globetrotters. And that doesn't account for all the private events. So we're busy, probably in that 220, 230 days a year. So it's very active down at State Farm Arena.
Truist Park and the Battery Atlanta. Truist Park, we have about 450 full-time employees, and another 2,600 game day staff that help us run the 81 home games that we have. Our venue is 365 a year, 365 days, because of events that happen within the ballpark and then the Battery. Last year, we had 375 events. That included 140 concerts at the Roxy, if you all have ever been there for a small concert. 81 baseball games, everything from yoga on the plaza to farmers markets, golf inside of the ballpark. And then in addition to that, several $1 million a year in smaller events that happen inside of the ballpark, like corporate conferences, private parties, where our partners and others are coming to us as a venue. 9 million people into our Truist Park and the Battery Atlanta last year. We sold tickets in all 50 states, 12 countries to baseball games. So we are seeing a very, very robust business there, and the impact is real. We generated more than $112 million in state and local taxes from 2020 to 2024 from the Battery alone. So the state is seeing real impact.
First, good morning, and Brandon and Ed, thank you for hosting the collective group. I've had the pleasure of being down here, Atlanta Motor Speedway for a few races, and it is pretty amazing when 100,000+ people get ripping and running, especially with the cars buzzing around. So definitely take Brandon's advice. If you haven't been here, come out to enjoy now Echo Park, and you'll have a time of your life with your family and friends. So. He didn't pay me to say that. All right. So Arthur Blank Sports and Entertainment, we have facilities around the greater region. So Flowery Branch and Chairman Eccles and his area with the Falcons headquarters. We also have the Atlanta United training facility in Marietta. We recently announced bringing a women's professional soccer team that will start in 2028 and also play at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. So Mercedes-Benz Stadium is the busiest super stadium in the world. We do 50+ major events with the women's team that'll probably approach 70 major events a year, plus another 100+ private events. Our kitchens are closed less than 10 days a year. It takes a minute to make mac and cheese for 70,000 people. So from a direct employee relation, we're 1,000 or so associates directly. On any given event day, you're ballooning up to 4,000 people. And those 4,000 people welcome in between 2 and 3 million guests every year from around the world. Simple charter for us is make both Atlanta and Georgia better tomorrow than it is today, and put on content from around the world that the people care to see. So you'll see with us and my colleagues to my right here, they have a very similar focus, which is to get out and understand what the communities at large want. I would not really that funny and joking, but if Andrew and I played chess, we put 70,000 Mercedes-Benz Stadium, we'd be playing chess. So for our outlook is not limited to the impact of Atlanta, but how does it affect the state and the city? And it's something that I know that we'll chat about, is when you think about economic impact, please don't think just about restaurants and hotel rooms being full, and that is great for those in that space. But the sport and entertainment business has a much grander impact as it shows off both the state, region, and cities that make up the state in a wide way. So with that, I'll throw it back to you.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about that later. But so we did also just recently host 2 major sporting events this year. CFP National Championship and then the MLB All-Star Game. Very thankful to the legislature for our ability to host those events, between the sales tax exemption on major sporting events tickets and then some financial support that was put in the budget. But so Jen and Tim, talk us a little bit about a recap of those events, and then kind of what the feedback was from the organizing entities, the CFP, MLB, on what that event meant and how their kind of recap of that event. So talk to us a little bit about those two.
So we did host the All-Star Game in July. It was a tremendous success, not only for our franchise, but for Atlanta and for the region. We welcomed more than 250,000 fans from around the world in a week's time. There were 14 events over 5 days, generating more than $50 million in economic impact, and an additional $4 million that we put back into the community alongside Major League Baseball, into fields and community events, and long-lasting impact events that happened during that time. I think that in addition to the support from our local and state legislators, which, by the way, is something that leagues look closely for when they are deciding where to put these events. And in addition to the support that we have from our corporate partners, which, as you heard from our friend at the Speedway, a lot of our corporate partners are headquartered here, and they understand the impact that being a part of something like a CFP or an All-Star Game can have for their brand. Unfortunately, for Major League Baseball, the game is really spread around. You get it about once every 30 years because there are 30 teams in the league. So we had not hosted in quite some time. And unfortunately, it's not something that we are likely to get back anytime soon.
All right, college football national championship. So economic impact, I think in the studies in general, people want to say 75 million. I believe that is a true undervaluation, because you had Ohio State come here in Notre Dame. You know what they bring? They also bring their fan bases. They bring their business community. They bring an opportunity for us to fill up 70,000 people. If you take Mercedes-Benz Stadium, there's 200 suites. One thing Andrew and Jen and I can tell you is, in general, and for those who've been in suites, generally it's 4 or 5 businesses represented per suite. And so if you have 200 suites, let's do the math of 5, it's 1,000 different business decision makers that are coming in from outside of this state to enjoy that game. So what does that, yes, sir. Oh, you can't hear me. My apologies. So real quick on coming back to the math, because I don't want to miss the point, because the real point that we all do is we show off this city and state. And it's a matter for the people who are running the city and state to take advantage of that. So Notre Dame, Ohio State, the hotelers in here, I can promise you are really happy, because although you may be huge UGA fans in particular, UGA fans going to drive and go back home most likely. From the hotel community, Notre Dame and Ohio State filled you up far and wide. I'm sure even down here in Hampton and Henry County had some occupancy. To taking advantage of these events, and to why I feel that economic impact is low, is because there was decision makers who got to see what this great state offers. Number one place to do business, the welcoming nature of our residents and the business community at large, the infrastructure that's available, and they start to put us into consideration. So when the Georgia Department of Economic Development's out there, when the Metro Chamber's out there and talking to these future business makers, they are saying, hey, I've been there. I've seen it. I know which Peachtree you're talking about, road for that matter, in the city as an example, or I've seen some greater aspect. It's something we'll talk about later in this, but we're bringing events from around the world. College football national championship was one of them. Unlike Jen, we generally feel that we can win that one quicker. We've hosted a pair where we're going to see what we can do once 2030 rolls around, meaning not that specific year. I think that's already been spoken for, but the chairman of the CFP, Mr. Clark, we're regularly in touch with, and in all transparency, we tried to buy the CFP for every year. That didn't go over. They wanted to rotate it. But it's a great showcase of what sports is. Highlighting content that people want to go enjoy, bringing it to Georgia, and allowing those communities from far and wide to come here and sample us. Yes, spend their dollars. Yes, fill up the hotel rooms. Yes, do all that traditional economic impact, but also build a lasting opportunity for us on a state and city level.
Yeah, and I'll also say that we had the unique ability. We are the first city and stadium to host the CFP National Championship for a second time. And I think that was something that was a testament to the coordination, the partnerships we have, the ability to host this event at a very high level. And that was also a testament of CFP looking around the whole nation and saying, all right, we want to go to somewhere for a second time. Atlanta's the #1 first choice. And so I think Dan Corso and the Sports Council will tell you that very much is a testament to the success we've had in past events, and then our ability to put on these major sporting events.
Nick, if I may, it's one thing to put on the operations, right? My colleagues, again, very focused on, Brandon made a comment about a voice of the fan delivering for the people that we get opportunity to serve. We don't get that opportunity without the General Assembly's help. These events, and again, we'll touch on it later, are very expensive to put on, and the promoters understand the impact that they're making. And so the General Assembly helped. So sorry, man, you're a good flag person for me. My right hand's weak, I guess. The General Assembly helps us put on these events. So thank you in that regard, because the promoters understand what they're bringing to the table. And when I say promoters, whether it be WrestleMania, whether it be MLB, whether it be NBA, take any of the acronyms you want, including FIFA, they know what they're bringing to the table. And so they're going to say, hey, what are you going to do for me? And they're going to compare you. We are in competition, and we're going to be in competition in this region, by the way, with 2 new stadiums coming on in Nashville and Washington, D.C. that will be multi-billion-dollar super stadiums with their public monies and funds coming to support them to bring the best events from around the world to their cities and states. So.
Yeah. Well, Tim, you kind of hit on it a little bit about the larger impact of the ability, your venues, your franchises on a national and global stage. So talk a little bit about how you all serve as a worldwide marketing vehicle, and how do you see your sports franchises, the major events that we host, contributing to Georgia's national brand, global brand, as a place to both come here for an event, but also visit, live, and then eventually potentially invest as a company here in Georgia?
Yeah. 2 things. I don't want to be redundant and also don't want to monopolize the mic from my colleagues, but we get the opportunity to bring, massive scale global events at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. It takes really high demand content to put 70,000, people together. And so in that, you're going and sprawling in who you're trying to acquire, you're sprawling literally the globe. Then when that happens, you've brought the globe, to Atlanta. So as you know, we're going to host 8 World Cup matches, 5 group stage, 32, 16, and then a semifinal. And that will put the state of Georgia proverbially on the global map. The draw alone, by the way, will literally have billions of people, which is December 5th for FIFA. Billions of people will watch it. So when we put that content in the venues, any of our venues, and I'll say specifically to ours, they're generally then followed nationally, if not internationally. And so if you've ever watched a TV show or a game content, they need to put in extra context to the game. So they start storytelling, right? So they can only talk so much about down set hike or the soccer match. And instead they're saying, hey, here's what the experience was in being in Georgia. You'll hear them talk about local restaurants. You'll hear them talk about the communities at large. And that's being done on a national and international scale. And if you're my age, you think of it linear in TV. But the reality is the social digital footprint is unbound. And so, media impressions wise, and why an entity like a Mercedes-Benz or State Farm or Truist spends what they do to name a facilities or Echo Park is because it is the amplification of the content that then gets distributed, not only nationally, but internationally, which again goes into consideration. And so the thing I think we do better than most is we get our states and cities, the state and city here in particular, in consideration when for those business makers. They come here, they touch it, they feel it, they feel the people, but then they also hear about everything that's going on as long as we've done it right.
So, Truist Park and the Battery have really become the gold standard for what sports teams are trying to do around the world. We have hosted over the years hundreds of politicians, developers, team owners who come to see what we have built. And with that have come corporate headquarters, regional headquarters. If you've been over recently, you'll see the new Truist Securities headquarters is now open. Papa John's, TK Elevator, Shake Shack, to name a few, have all either Comcast open headquarters or regional headquarters in the Battery. In addition, you see additional development that isn't necessarily a part of the Battery, but they're choosing to build adjacent to the Battery because of what is there. So the Henry project began going vertical a few months ago. That'll be an Autograph hotel plus condos. We have a small portion of that as part of a JV, but they chose that location because of Truist Park and the Battery. So you were seeing real investment coming in because of what was built and because they see the value in what is there. And Nick and I were joking as we prepped, but it's true. Anytime an entity comes to see what we've built, right, they think they can pick up exactly what we've done and drop it in any city around the world. And we talk amongst ourselves about how that's just not possible. It's successful for two reasons. One, because it's Atlanta. And two, because of the public-private partnership that was so integral to building the Battery and Truist Park there.
Yeah, I think all of this, we're just so lucky to have these great venues in the city. I think pound for pound, the finest venues across the major sports here in Georgia and in Atlanta. I think from the NBA's perspective, y'all may have seen the NBA just did a new global media deal. And I credit our commissioner, Adam Silver, with putting this together. Basketball has truly become the #1 exported sport out of North America. Every one of our games is on multiple countries around the world. We have more international players than any other team in the NBA. So sports is an economic engine, and sports is an economic engine globally. So that's really, really important for us as we continue. And to Tim's point, like, we showcase our city. Every game is a 3-hour commercial for Georgia, for Atlanta, and it's something we're really proud of. And everybody's looking for content. And you talk to people who said, yeah, I watched the game. Well, they may have watched snippets and snackable pieces of the game, not the way I did when I grew up and watched every game and you sat in your seat. People are consuming sports entertainment quite differently now. So it really is a difference maker. And then for our other side of the business, you talk about international impact. We just hosted 2 Paul McCartney shows. We had ticket buyers coming from 8 different countries in Europe, coming from 48 of our states here in the US, people travel to go see music. They stay in hotels, they eat in restaurants. They are doing that more and more. The opportunity to consume live event and live entertainment, I don't think we've seen anywhere where this is going to continue to go. We knew it would be some growth after COVID, after the lockdown. Bands wanted to tour, but we're seeing double-digit growth in the last 2 years. Obviously, you see what's happening around in other venues as well. So we don't see this changing. We want to continue to be a civic asset and drive economic impact and exposure for this great city and state.
No, that's great. And as someone who's also traveled international for a concert, I know exactly what that goes into and what the excitement is to make that voyage somewhere to be there. So that's amazing. Andrew, we heard from the Battery, obviously that development. Talk to us a little bit about what we're seeing downtown. And then I know Tim as well. We're obviously seeing some unprecedented developments downtown with some of the recent announcements, as well as some of the buildings we're starting to see also become operational. But talk to us about how you all have helped spur some of that additional development downtown and what we expect to see downtown to look like here in the next coming years.
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to. I've been in Atlanta almost 30 years now in the sports business. And my first Atlanta Sports Council meeting was chaired by that gentleman right over there who taught me more about racing than I thought I would ever know. So Ed, it's always great to be down here and be in your house. Great friend and really someone who helped teach me a lot about what's happening here in Georgia. What I can tell you being 10 years on the team side is how important ownership is. And again, we're very blessed sitting up here. We have great ownership groups. Liberty, Arthur Blank, Tony Ressler and his group are committed to making this city a better place to live, work, and play, and being true civic assets. Tony Ressler bought the team just over 10 years ago. He walked across the street after he acquired the franchise. He looked out of the CNN letters down in this hole in the ground. He asked a few of our executives, what is that? We responded, it's the Gulch. He said, what happens at the Gulch? We explained the history of railroad tracks and what it was. And he said, no, we're going to put LA Live here. And that was his vision. That little over 10 years ago, very challenging build. I think we've all known that there are a lot of groups that have tried to do it, but with some great help, some great city help, some great public-private partnership help from the CIM company, we have embarked on a $6 billion mixed-use space. It is a 50-acre space that will have thousands of apartments. The first hotel, the Hotel Phoenix, which is adjacent to Mercedes-Benz Stadium, opens next month. Right next to that is the Mitchell, and that is 304 leased apartments, lofts, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and some 3 bedrooms. If you're interested, starting at a low price of $1,500 a month. And the entertainment district, which is the second phase, will open, piece of it will open before World Cup. Cosm, which if you haven't been or seen a Cosm, tough to even describe, immersive reality. They don't like we say sphere for sports, but it's a really incredible experience, shared reality experience for sports and entertainment. There'll be a 5,300 seat Live Nation theater, as well as another 300 key hotel, and then about 35 storefront restaurants, 2 stories. So again, in the past, downtown has been a lot of point-to-point destination. You go to a game and you leave. You go to the aquarium and you leave. Well, what Centennial Yard's done and really been a catalyst for downtown is going to drive people coming early, having an experience, eating, drinking before a game. Obviously, no one's done it better than the Battery. And then they can stay after the game and really make it more of an experience. So it's a huge driver for us. And I think Centennial Yards really will change what's happening in Atlanta and Georgia for generations to come. We're thrilled to be a part of it.
That's exactly right. And if you have not had a chance to drive around downtown, be around downtown, you will obviously see the development that is Centennial Yards, but you'll also see some other partners, David Cummings and his group with South Downtown. You'll see CP Group, what they're doing with the center. So we're seeing pretty much unprecedented investment in downtown, and I think we're all excited at the chamber, as a board, as the venues, to see this development come to fruition and see our downtown change dramatically. So just something that all y'all should definitely check out over the next couple months and be prepared to see a different downtown than you've ever seen before. But
And Nick, before you leave this subject, and I'll do my best, sir, to keep the mic up. if you think of sports, if I could leave a term in your head as we exit today, think of catalyst. Okay, because and then you heard the term public-private partnership, and a lot of times sports, especially super builds, get a bad rap for a lot of public money coming to build a facility. So you think of what's going on. Yes, geographically in downtown Atlanta, but it's because of a commitment locally with the city in State Farm Arena, and statewide with the governor for Georgia World Congress Center and Mercedes-Benz Stadium, that is spurred on two amazing individuals and entrepreneurs in Tony and Arthur to do better for this city and state. You got $7 billion of private money being activated. And I can't forget David Cummings and John Birdsong, what they're doing in South Downtown. You are literally changing the geography of blocks and blocks, acres and acres. I don't know the exact acres, probably approximately 100 acres in the heart of the city that will be of value both in state and local tax dollars and people coming here and in just literally changing the landscape. That does not happen, again, without the support from a public sector, being married with people who are really trying to make Atlanta and Georgia better, again, tomorrow than it is today in the case of Tony and Arthur.
Yeah, and I'd be remiss to say also too, on top of that, we have the state and the General Assembly who appropriated around $600 million, if I'm not mistaken, for a new legislative office building right downtown adjacent to the Capitol that will be, I think, another shining star in our downtown, a brand new building that will help make downtown pop adjacent to the private investments we're seeing. So it's great to see the private investments being made, but also the public investments to make downtown as a whole a great place to be. So, well, we talked a lot of positives, a lot of great stuff happening, but obviously events are getting more expensive. Things are getting tougher to host. Tim and Andrew, talk to us a little bit about, what does the state and the region need to do to remain competitive for hosting these major events? Tim, I know you hit on some of the venues that are coming after us, but what do we need to do to continue to remain competitive as we look 10, 20 years down the road?
I'm going to give my colleague here to the right the first mic, and then I'll come after.
I think what's happening is people around the world and certainly around the country are realizing that it is an arms race, and they're paying fees. We talked about it earlier. WWE got a $15 million site fee from the city of Indianapolis to host WrestleMania. And they believe that they recorded 10x on that investment. So if we're going to continue to compete for these mega global sporting events, we're going to have to come up with some level of a funding mechanism to be able to do that. Whether that's a ticket tax, whether there are other ways to really skin that cat, but I think it's going to be critical for us if we're going to want to stay competitive. We know we have a burgeoning, amazing downtown, all the hotels, it's walkable. Everybody is so excited about the World Cup for so many reasons. There's a reason why he continues to get this clip of national championship games and be in that mindset, or Super Bowls. I mean, there's a reason. It's an amazing stadium, great facility, incredible organization, but also Atlanta is a key driver. They like coming back. We do really good events here. Give a lot of credit to Dan Corso and the Atlanta Sports Council, the Metro Chamber of Commerce, to this body. So we do it well in partnership, but it's getting expensive. And there are more and more people out there and communities out there that are willing to put their money where their mouth is. And I think it would behoove all of us to think about what are some of the creative ways that we can create some dollars so we continue to keep this run going of these mega events.
All of you will understand a simple notion of if you value it more than it costs, you move forward. Okay. And people in the mega event business in particular understand the value of what they're bringing. So when FIFA comes and they say, hey, we're going to literally take over 3 countries, right? Mexico or Canada, Mexico, and the United States for roughly 6 weeks and change people's behavior. They understand the value proposition they're bringing. The Super Bowl, similar on down the line. So we're in a world where they, through data, and every time someone wants to tout the economic impact, remember the promoter also processes that back as well. Oh, Indianapolis, a 10x return. That's their next story for their next city, right? And so these mega events in general have a very easy business model, which is the host city pays all the expense and the revenue stays with the entity, the promoter. Okay. How do we win? We win off economic impact. We win. And then the question becomes, how much can we extrapolate from that economic impact? That's why I keep challenging everyone not to just look at it as restaurants and hotels, but, furthering consideration of your communities at large, those business decision makers, so that you got long-term economic impact. It is hard because people see that value and then they're going to ante up higher, right? So your competition, by the way, isn't necessarily the state next to us. I can tell you right now, the Middle East, if you want to be in the fight game, they are spending ridiculous amounts of money to just do sites fees for boxers and mixed martial arts and the like, because they understand the economic impact that sport and that exposure of sport, that catalyst that it is, brings to their communities at large. So our landscape, yes, I mentioned Nashville and I mentioned DC, and they will, by the way, those are going to be multi-billion-dollar venues. And if they're obviously they are publicly supported as well, those folks are going to say, what do we need to do to fuel this engine? Okay. That's the game we're in. So we're going to need people's help. And we're going to need a General Assembly's help. We're going to need the corporate sector's help. We're going to need help far and wide to continue to, I'll call it a phrase we use in our business with Arthur, which is no finish line. There is no finish line for the state of Georgia and the city of Atlanta if we want to continue to host global events here and showcase this great city and state.
That's great. So just last question, we'll wrap up here, but obviously hosting these major events is very much a team sport. We heard about the partnership with General Assembly, but talk to us a little bit about the partnerships that help make you all operate every day, put on the major events, and then the different assets that make both your venues and then our state and region a place to want to host major events here. So Jen, I'll start with you and then we'll wrap up there.
So we've used the word a few times, but infrastructure, right? So the obvious, the hotels, the airport, even when Major League Baseball is looking to come into a city, the transportation, can you get places that you need to get to? A lot of times these events have things that are spread out all over the city and the region. So can fans move around easily? And I think Atlanta checks all of those boxes when they're looking. And that's just sort of the basic threshold, I think, when they're looking to come in. And we keep coming back to it, but this public-private partnership, again, leagues are looking for that and teams are relying on that to be able to host some of these large events. And then I raised it earlier, but the strong base of corporate partners that we have here, those corporations that are based here in Atlanta and across the state understand the visibility that comes with these big events. It is valuable to them to be a part of that, to elevate their brand. And so I think those are three of the things that come to mind when I think about why Atlanta, why Georgia, why this region.
Yeah, I think all of that. It starts with great leagues and having league support, great state support, city support. I think of the ACVB, which plays the role. I think of MARTA. I mean, we are going to have to continue to lean in and have great mass transit if we're going to be on that global stage for mega sporting events. It's just going to be critical for us. And corporate partnerships, you said it. I mean, we're really fortunate that the corporate partner base here supports all of our teams. They know it's important, and they're going to continue to push us and drive us to be better. What also I can tell you, having a long career in sports, it's pretty unique that the pro sports franchises have the relationships with one another that we do here. We're good friends. We take care of each other. We support each other. It is not a zero-sum game. If a sponsor buys a sponsor from the Braves, it's not at our cost. If a ticket buyer or a suite buyer buys something Mercedes-Benz Stadium, it's not at our cost. We work together, and we truly believe that the rising tide lifts all ships. So if we can continue to work together as a state, as a city, across the board, I think we can continue this run, which has been pretty amazing when you think about what the next 5 years is going to be from what started here in the beginning of the year with the CFP National Championship game, with All-Star game, of course, and then World Cup and Super Bowls and Final Fours, and hopefully more to come from there.
When I think of our differentiator, when you look at sport, a little bit of a like history as a person, go to the Roman times. In 900 consecutive years, they did free games to galvanize their society. Regardless of political views and thoughts and processes, one thing that we've benefited from here in the state and city is the public and private sector come together around sport. That is our secret sauce. I can't, when Andrew's comment about the continuity amongst the sports franchises is one thing, because that's, limited number of entities. And by the way, having 33 years in the sport and entertainment business, it is not the norm. But we experience in that willingness to succeed for the state and for the city on a macro level. And again, regardless of political lines, we have to continue that. We have to want, again, for more. So I always think about, okay, if you're at a certain level, how can you challenge next? So when people look at geographically these events, they want to say, well, that's good for Atlanta, right? So where Truist Park is physically located, where Mercedes-Benz Stadium is physically located, where State Farm is physically located. No, they're great for Georgia. Our challenge is when we bring these global events to Atlanta, how are we showcasing Georgia, or how are we exporting us out? So just a quick example, when we just played our game with the Falcons in Berlin, we had the Metro Chamber Economic Development, as well as the Georgia State Economic Development in Berlin with us. For those who don't know, in Germany, we do over multiple billions of dollars of trade. We have hundreds of companies from Germany that are based in Georgia operating. We need to replicate that time and time again, and sports is the catalyst to do it.
One other point that I think was left out is how lucky we all are to have Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. I mean, the airport is the driver. The airport is making it happen. The airport puts us on the global stage. The airport is the reason you can get to 83% of the United States, cities around the United States, in less than 2 hours, which is why we continue to get excited about World Cup, where we hear people are going to hub and spoke it from Atlanta. They're going to come here. Once we find that draw on December 5th, who's going to be here? And I think we're in for something really, really special for that 35-day period.
Nope, that's amazing. And I will say December 5th, put it on your calendars, noon. It will be, as Tim said, a global event. That will be our next big step in the World Cup. We'll have a better, clearer idea of who our host countries will be here in Atlanta, and we'll finally be able to kind of start to see the fruits of the World Cup start to come to fruition. So we're excited about that. But can we give it up for our panelists? Chairman, I'll kick it over to
Thank you, Nick, and thank you, panel. And man, what a lot of information right there. Seems like we've got some of the brightest minds here in the state of Georgia. And I appreciate the fact that, much like, what we heard earlier from Brandon, the forward thinking. And I think that's part of what this committee, what I wanted to establish is we're not worried about next year. We're looking long term, and Rich McKay brought that up to me back in the summer. So one of the things to anybody up there, talk to us just a little bit about public safety. I think that's a big deal. We've heard it in a couple different of the cities and sessions. Talk to us a little bit about that, and then maybe on what keeps you up at night. And all of you don't have to answer it, because I saw everybody here taking notes. I think there's a lot of questions from my colleagues here.
Well, thank you for the question. It's something that it answers that, Chairman, that it does keep us up at night. And I think for us, we're certainly focused on it. Centennial Yards is laser focused on it. Probably one of the best additions we made to our organization was off the court about 6 years ago. We hired former Chief of Police George Turner as our Senior Vice President of Security. And he's made a huge difference, and see him playing a really important role as we think about Centennial Yards and we think about being downtown. I think density really helps. I love the idea that you're going to have thousands of apartments, and all the studies show with what South Downtown is doing, density is going to help that feeling of safety and security when you see bodies, when you see people. So it's pretty much answering the same question in both ways. Security and safety are the number one thing that keep us up at night, but we think we have a really, really strong plan in partnership with our neighbors, in partnership with Centennial Yards, South Downtown, and the mayor's office, the city, to make sure that this city is a safe place to be downtown, and people can enjoy it, and hopefully continue to come back and back.
Yeah, and I'll just say, so that has very much been our concern, and I'll talk a little bit about when we talk about funding, but that was what we came to the governor with, the legislature 3-4 years ago, when we asked for $25 million to support hosting the FIFA World Cup. because this is very much an unprecedented duration. You know, having security, having public safety for 5-10 days is not something out of the ordinary, but having public safety for visitors that are coming down to Centennial Olympic Park, to Georgia World Congress Center for almost 45-60 days is a very unprecedented length of time for us to ensure that we have secure and safe events for all of our visitors. So we're very thankful for the General Assembly. I'll also say that the federal government has stepped up. They've recently passed in the big appropriations bill some funding to also supplement local law enforcement agencies, so that when we have the opportunity, or if we've got officers coming from all over the country to supplement the public safety that we have downtown, they don't have to worry about, hey, are we going to get repaid? Are we going to have to worry about the funding? Do we have to make a decision of can we offer 10 officers to support Centennial Olympic Park? We can rest assured that that funding is going to be there in place, and that those law enforcement organizations will have that to rely on when it comes to getting reimbursed and ensuring that they're made whole in that process. So between the federal government, the city, also City of Atlanta, Felipe Dembrock, who's a great partner of ours, has been doing plannings now with all the different state agencies, all the local agencies, Grady, all the different partners when it comes to public safety now for almost a year, and is something that we are continuing to ramp up as we get ready for next year. So a lot of that, I will say, is done behind the scenes, just because, you know, we can't have our public safety plans out there, something that we keep tight to the vest, because we just want to ensure that we remain secure in that our plans are not out there for public consumption. But I can assure you it's something that our group, the host committee, is thinking about and planning for every single day.
Thank you. And I want to recognize right quick, I don't think we have him on a screen anywhere, but Senator Ginn is zoomed into this meeting. And so, Senator, if you have any questions as well, just let myself or Evan know. Anybody from the panel here? I see Senator Halpin.
Hello. So I am an Atlanta legislator. I started my career at ESPN and moved to Atlanta just post the Olympics. And so it has been really exciting to see how sports has really grown over that time. I think, well, I know I've been in every single one of the venues that's represented up here and enjoyed concerts and sporting events. And when I think about, and you guys answered the question about kind of from a competitive standpoint, but when I think about where we're going and public-private partnership, a lot of that is certainly local, county, and state. But driving the big major events and the kind of effort that it takes to actually land them, I'm wondering if you can share anything that we actually need to be thinking about from the state level that would really help catapult those efforts for you. We've got the sales tax exemption on major sporting events. I mean, are there other things that you're starting to see evolve in other states that we need to be aware of and start to think about, if not, you know, enact immediately?
Senator, thank you for the question and the patronage. Obviously, if you started with ESPN, you understand the meaning sports has in people's hearts and minds. The simplicity of it is it's going to be about funding and the assurance of that funding. So everything we've been doing to date has literally been year to year, working with the General Assembly. Hey, this event's coming at this period of time. Here's the funding mechanism. And they've been outstanding. So again, thank you for the support. We are, in competition with others who, for lack of better terms, just have that money in escrow. So if you're going against the Middle East, they got big old pockets that are really deep. And they just say, okay, yes, we want that. If you're going against Texas, they have a mechanism in place that they already know the funding. So we're in a situation where we look for an event. Right now, we're looking for the 2031 Women's World Cup, right? And so in that case, we're going to have to repeat the process, bring the value proposition, get approval in that term. Obviously, as we all know, people in different seats change. So we're really on the hook, if you will, if you think about it. When I say we are committing the city and the state to say, hey, we're going to try and bring this global event or regional event here. That promoter, again, knows what it's worth. It's going to be, how do we have reassurance and funding? That'd be.
And Senator, I want to be conscientious of the committee's time. I did have a presentation, but I will say definitely the funding side. I mean, we are seeing competition as Tim mentioned, not only from a venue standpoint, who can actually host these events, but North Carolina did use a portion of their sports betting revenues, 30%. That's going to be $15 to $30 million a year to attract major events to North Carolina. Tennessee has put in $10 million to attract major events to Tennessee with their upcoming venue in Nashville. So, and then the other thing I'll mention is we've come to the legislature in funding for hosting the event. A lot of these states, a lot of these cities are just putting dollars out there just to attract the events. So we've got the venues, we've got the partnerships, we've got that success story. So we've never been in the position where we've had to advocate for dollars just to attract the events here. We're very fortunate in that respect, and that's a lot of the work to you all, to the city, to the state, but it's really about hosting those events. When we turn from a bid committee, say take World Cup, and we bid in 2022, we find out we're going to be hosting this event. When we turn into that host committee and pull all those partners together, Georgia World Congress Center, ACVB, GEMA, GBI, GSP, APD, it really takes that funding model to have in place between corporate, city, and state to make sure that everybody's at the table and making sure that we have exactly the right resources to host these events. Because at the end of the day, that's what it takes to, make sure people are safe, make sure we've got all the resources, and have everybody in place for those major events.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, that kind of blew my mind there. You said $6 billion on 50 acres. So I did a little math on that. That's $125 million an acre. Or they say there's 43,560 square feet in an acre. That's like $3,000 a square feet. So but I look forward to seeing and visit. I guarantee you, I'm excited to see what that's going to be like. So I'm from a very rural district, and the chairman and I are both we have just a few farmers that in the legislature, and of course, what the chairman and what his family business, they sort of combine tourism and agriculture with what they do. But I was just, and you don't have to answer this question now, but I'm thinking about, you were talking about making the macaroni and cheese for 70,000 people. Is there some kind of way you think that we could, that our farmers in the state, that we could partner with this or benefit from state dollars being invested in this and trying to help make Georgia the #1 tourism state in the nation? That I don't know if we incentivize it or how we do it, but that I live in a county that's about 500,000 acres, third largest county in the state. 6,600 people, right? But when you're talking about feeding 70,000 people, I forget how many events you were talking about. But I mean, that would be a really, really big deal in some of these communities across our state, especially like the county that I live in, the second poorest county in the state by poverty rate. Is there a way that we can join those together, that what you all are doing in Atlanta will kind of, that we can partner with it and to benefit all parts of especially the rural areas of the states and our state's farm families?
Yeah, my thought is twofold, and then it'd be interesting to actually follow what I'll call the chain from the farm to the end product. Because when all of us are feeding the millions of people coming through, we're using an aggregator, we're using a Cisco Foods or someone like that we're ordering through. So who are they then procuring the food from? We also do have a hyper focus on a lot of these, especially the mega events, where we look for both local and minority-owned businesses in particular to participate in. I'm going to flip it the other way, though. When we host these events, if my data is correct, we're the blueberry capital, correct? Okay. Who are we showing that off to? So by the way, and what I mean by that is when Notre Dame played Ohio State, I can promise you decision makers from Walmart and Kroger and major restaurant groups and the like were in the stadium. How are we looking at this as an opportunity, saying, hey, these people are coming to us? How are we then engaging? How are we working with the chamber, both state, economic development and city economic development, to say who's coming and how do we do a little matchmaking, right? Because they are coming. And if you think of our normal business model is to send people abroad, go to this forum here, go to this event here, go to this consortium there. What sports does is brings you those people here. So I would be interested to understand where I'm going to use the term Cisco of the world, or Royal Foods, is getting their food from, something I can check on with our food and beverage team. And I would hope, but hope is not a strategy, that it's local. I'm sure some of it is, to at least validate. But then how are we creating that relationship for you to create more business development? How are we creating more wealth? How are we leveraging who's coming here for your greater good?
Thank you. A lot of opportunity there, I think.
Senator Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and very interesting discussion, and I certainly learned a lot, so thank you all. But I did notice that I didn't hear any of you talk about sports betting and take a position on that particular issue. So you must be thinking about some other kind of revenue models out there, like a fee structure or tax credit in lieu of sports betting. Can you kind of elaborate a little bit on that issue?
Yeah, so Senator Jones, so definitely these folks here have definitely been involved, as well as the Chamber, Sports Council, and the sports betting. And I will say the Senate has obviously moved some legislation over to the House. We'll see if that's taken up next year and where that issue lies. We certainly see sports betting as a potential revenue source for major sporting events. We have had constitutional amendments, legislation in the past that has dedicated a portion of those revenues for major sporting events. And, you know, we don't, for World Cup, that was a $25 million ask. We don't host a major event every year. So if we could just dedicate a portion every year, that helps accumulate something that when we do host an event, that money's there to support the public safety, the infrastructure, everything surrounding the event. So we're looking at maybe somewhere in the ballpark of 5 to 10% of the proceeds from sports betting. So a very small portion. We do think that is a mutually beneficial group. The more major events we host here, the more sports betting that could occur here, and then obviously more money that could go into the fund, as well as other proceeds, whether it be the lottery, Hope, pre-K. So we definitely see that as one of the avenues. There is obviously other options, whether it be maybe taking a portion of the sales tax currently administered on sporting events tickets. Maybe it's utilizing a small portion of the $5 hotel motel fee. There are options out there for us for major sporting events funding. And then other states have got some creative models as well. In lieu of time, I'm not going to present on that, but there's definitely some other states that have figured this one out. And we certainly would love to see something long-term here in the state and not have to rely on the appropriations process every time we have an event.
Just a follow-up, Mr. Chairman. Why is it that we haven't been able in Georgia to figure it out? Why do you think that's the case?
So one of the obstacles is definitely the gratuities clause. So that definitely has been an obstacle in the past. So just ensuring that the funds go towards public, the set forth public expenditures. So public safety, critical infrastructure, transportation, ingress, egress around these events, as well as security. So there's that obstacle in having to get a little bit of creative, very much like our tax credit structures and others, just having to do some creative, but also just have not been able to get over the hurdle of putting something on paper as a dedicated source. We've got some ideas, would love to follow up with you more about what those could look like, but just have not gotten over the hurdle. And then too, there has been the support. We can't forget about that. The state has appropriated dollars. You all have voted on that. So there has been a mechanism in place for us to be able to host these events in lieu of something long-term. So don't want to disregard that, because that has been tremendous for our ability to host these events. So, yeah.
Thank you, guys.
you.
I think like Nick mentioned, in lieu of time, I'm getting a few text messages up here. I want to follow up about that Texas model later with either Nick or Tim. We just unpacked a lot, right? A whole lot, and I appreciate you guys bringing that up. And just right quick, as we wrap up, I'm going to remind my colleague on my far right here, this is not the place to sell blueberry cobblers. He's just trying to get a blueberry cobbler in Mercedes-Benz Stadium, and we got cameras on us and probably media here and everything else. But in that regard, I'll just leave y'all with this, and I would love for y'all to think about this. If y'all don't learn anything else from us today, I'm a farmer. He's a farmer. Historically, agriculture, we've played in our sandbox, and we've stayed in our sandbox for a long time, and we've got to keep this industry that we love viable and sustainable. We got to get outside our sandbox. And I sell produce to Royal Foods, as you mentioned. I'm pretty sure I saw some of my pumpkins at Mercedes-Benz Stadium Sunday, and I appreciate that very, very much. But I would just encourage y'all to go home and hit your vendors and your all the chefs that you have on staff, and anything that we can do for this industry would be huge, and would just and greatly appreciated. So and that's anybody out there that's here with us today. So thank you guys very much. I'm got brain, my little brain is way too small for everything y'all just unloaded on us, but we really do appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Y'all give them a hand. All right, all right, now we're going to hear from Georgia Music Partners President, Miss Mala Sharma. She's got a group, and I'm pretty sure one of them right there, he doesn't have an athletic bone in his body. I'm looking at him. He's looking up here, Mr. Brian Hudson. He is quite the musician, but he's on me pretty hard on a regular occasion, and I've got the microphone. So we're going to have fun talking about music in the state of Georgia. I'm going to welcome you guys up and let you guys present. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman and Senators, for making room for music as part of this very busy study committee. A lot of what we're going to talk about plays hand in hand with what the previous panelists and Nick were talking about. I'm here with Georgia Music Partners. We are an advocacy coalition representing Georgia's music industry here. It's a $5 billion industry supporting about 40 to 50,000 jobs. And it contributes to the quality of life, obviously a huge economic engine to the state of Georgia. And we've got some amazing panelists. I'm going to let them introduce themselves. But before I do that, I want to just give you guys a little bit of data. And my mind's so blown that I feel almost a little frazzled after listening to all those numbers. So I'm gonna read here. But music tourism is now one of the most powerful forces driving global travel. Demand for live experiences has reached unprecedented levels. This year, so far, nearly 200 million people have purchased tickets, and about 80 million of those do it specifically traveling for concerts and events and live music. Attendance across major regions for local concerts has grown by 30% this year, and musicians have traveled 40 billion miles this year for concerts. So it's big business. I think our cities around our state have recognized that. Cities, local governments have invested over $1 billion in the last few years on arena expansions, whether it's in the Classic Center in Athens, Augusta's James Brown Arena. And then you're going to hear from our panelists what their communities are doing. So you guys go ahead and introduce yourselves. You want to start? Gary, why don't you start? And then introduce yourself and talk about the investments being made in Macon.
Sure. Well, good morning. Gary Wheat, President and CEO of Visit Macon, which is our tourism arm of our county. And for us, it's primarily been about our music heritage, but what we do at Visit Macon has been building that bridge from our great music of Little Richard, Otis Redding, the Allman Brothers, on down the line. And much like myself, we realized that their fans are becoming more historic every day. So we have to build new fans, and building that bridge to our live music scene and the investments in live music that we've made. During COVID or prior to COVID, we did a study on what the music economy meant to Macon. It was about 1,100 jobs, 88 million. Well, since COVID, if you know our mayor, Lester Miller, he's a doer. And we've had over $100 million in investment in music venues, music tourism, music economy. And now we've got another 300 million on the books to either come out of the ground or being built now. So you can see that for us, music is very much a living, breathing part of our economy, and what it means for our visitors and for our local residents, and what that means for their tax base and our tax base.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me? I have the mic now, and I did grow up playing sports, by the way, Mr. Chairman. Soccer, tennis, golf. So I don't know if that means I'm an athlete or a musician, but thanks for the dig. I appreciate it. In all seriousness, we are very good friends, and we do pick on each other quite a bit in good fun. But thank you guys so much for having this panel. Music's obviously a big part of my life, and just for everybody that doesn't know me, which is probably most of the people in this room. So I have kind of a dual role in my life. I have a government relations firm where I represent, from the music side, represent the Recording Academy, which puts on the Grammys every year, and also represent the Recording Industry Association of America, which is the record companies in the United States, as well as Georgia Music Partners, that my good friend Mala Sharma was part of one of the founders of, and does a great job from a statewide perspective. But in addition to that, I'm also a musician, as the chairman mentioned. I'm a studio musician. I've also played live music and have toured pretty much my entire life. So kind of my two worlds have come together the last 10 years or so, which has been a lot of fun. But with that being said, I think, first of all, the panel before us did a tremendous job of talking about just the massive impact that sports has in Georgia and really globally. And I think music is very similar in that regard. Not only just from Atlanta's perspective, from all over the place, whether it's Macon or Savannah. I was recently appointed to the Savannah Music Commission, which was a huge honor. I think I'm the only non-Savannian that's on there, and it's a huge honor for me to be a part of that and to bring some of the connections and relationships I have nationwide to Savannah to help grow that music economy there. But we're seeing music pretty much everywhere. If you look at what's happening in Athens, we've got Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan coming to Sanford Stadium next year, which is super exciting as a Bulldog, but also the venues that Athens continues to build. They've got a new hockey arena where they're having concerts. They have a new amphitheater coming. Of course, Georgia Theater and 40 Watt and all the great venues there. But also you look at Henry County and the venues that they have here. I'm looking at my good friend, Lindsey Strickland over there, who's a local resident, and all the great things that Henry County is doing, but it stretches all over the place. Just outside Savannah, Pooler and the surrounding areas are desperate, I think is probably the best word, to try to make sure that they can bring that tourism to their city and their communities, whether it's through an amphitheater. You look at Metro Atlanta and all the different cities that are building amphitheaters of their own or performing arts centers of their own, whether it's Sandy Springs or Woodstock, et cetera, to try to bring that tourism into that area. It's something that, just like sports, we all love going to sporting events. Music is the same way. And Nick mentioned he travels for music. I do too. I think a lot of people do. We were talking to Senator Halpern about going to see some artists in Florida recently. And we got some fun pictures too to see too. But it's exciting. And so tourism, as far as music tourism, goes beyond just coming to the venues. It also stretches into just, we have producers that are moving back to Georgia, major producers, of the highest level in music, moving back to Georgia to build their businesses here and to create that local economy, whether it's in Savannah, Valdosta, Atlanta, Athens, et cetera. So it's very exciting, and I'll be quiet now because I don't want to talk before Mala starts asking questions. So, but I'm very excited to be here, and thanks for having us.
Good morning, everyone. Matt McLean with Trilliff Live on the south side of Atlanta, just outside Fayetteville, Georgia there. And when I think about music and what it means to this economy, I had the pleasure of working with Andrew Saltzman here for about 6 years at State Farm Arena. So one of the biggest arena entertainment venues in the world, and the record shows with Polestar Awards and everything else. But when you think about music and stepping into a smaller town, we've put together a very, very unique entertainment complex where we actually have sound stages, so very similar to the film industry, with production support space that allows us to really be one of the opportunities to start a tour. So any show that you go see, like the one we're just talking about, traveling down to Florida or wherever you may go to see a musical act that's on tour, they have to start with production rehearsals first. And we've been very blessed in our first year of being open to host some of the biggest names in music before they went and toured both nationally and internationally there. And what that does is it's an economic driver. I was sharing some numbers last night, over 3,300 hotel rooms this year alone, just in the town at Trilith with our friend James here, and then other hotels in the area, restaurants being used, and so on and so forth there, where these acts are coming and spending weeks with us before going on tour. So we actually opened the venue with Usher before he started a international tour, which was the largest arena tour during that time period in terms of production. And when you look at the numbers from a show like that and the impact on the local economy, the numbers are vast. You've got over 150 touring crew that are coming and staying for weeks on end in your town, staying in the hotels, eating at the restaurants, spending money at the local businesses. But in addition to that, it's also an economic driver for the local workers on the load in, load out days, over 150 crew. And then throughout an entire 3-week run, over 50 people coming daily that are coming in as local stagehands, riggers, people in electrical or in grip and carps coming and assisting that show to get ready so it can go present to the world and send it off. So that is a portion of our business. But then we also have a live entertainment venue that'll open up at the end of this year. We already, for a venue that is hitting the map where there is not a lot of entertainment in the area, a couple small amphitheaters that you see popping up, and there is a couple there in Peachtree City and Fayetteville. But outside of that, year-round entertainment to drive traffic to the south side of Atlanta, which has not really been done before. Outside of 5 to 7 shows in the summer, we're going to be year-round entertainment. We already have 14 concerts booked. So when Andrew was talking earlier about the level that the increases have taken place in concerts, and you don't see it stopping. You see that ringing true even with us as a brand new venue on the south side of Atlanta, and how many promoters are coming after dates with us. So we're really excited about the economic impact that it's going to drive, not only for our community, but for the state.
I think Georgia is a unique state. There's not another state in the country that has multiple cities with their own music legacies. And we could do a better job of not just being proud of that legacy, but also, as a state, really supporting the future and keeping that going and growing. And I think that each of our panelists and cities, literally large and small across the state, are doing that. And so I want, Gary, for you to talk a little bit about how in Macon you guys work through public, private, government, the partnerships you guys have created, and what impact that has had on Macon residents, not necessarily in the industry.
Sure. For us, well, as I said earlier, our mayor, when he came on in 2021, made music and made tourism one of the pillars of his transition into office. And for us, obviously, those musical roots run deep. And for us, being able to, so to speak, not only market tourism and music tourism, but to develop the destination for tourism. And what do I mean by that? Well, for us, it started with the public-private partnership of Mercer University, the county, Visit Macon, reopening Capricorn Studios. Well, obviously, we reopened in February of 2020, which, really didn't do us a whole lot of favors when that happened. But you move on, and since Capricorn Records has produced chart-topping albums again, since the days of the Allman Brothers, when their albums were hitting, and Capricorn Records, but Eddie Ninebolt, Brent Cobb, Marcus King just released one. So for us, it was creating an ecosystem, if you will, of music. It started with Capricorn, then it moved to the opening of our amphitheater, which 20 plus shows a year, where we statistically see, and the data points to it, double-digit increases in our hotel occupancy for a show, double-digit increases in rate for a show in our hotels, 3 weeks ago, we had 2 shows on a Thursday, Saturday. Red Clay Strays on Thursday, Tedeschi Trucks on a Saturday. Those shows created 5 million in direct spending into Macon, Georgia. We had 2 shows at our auditorium during that same time, contributed to that. The Big House Museum, the Allman Brothers Big House Museum, they did $100,000 in retail souvenir sales on that Saturday of the Tedeschi Truck Show. For us, seeing those kind of numbers, we know the value of that music. That's why right now it's under construction. Our FBO, our fixed base operations at our airport, will be a very large guitar that you can see from the air, made out of Georgia pine. And that's our mayor's vision to do that. And people flying in out of Atlanta will be able to look down and see that guitar in Macon, Georgia. For us, moving forward, it was highlighting our artists, not only our legacy artists like Jason Aldean and the Allman Brothers, but also developing a new band. For us, that's the Macon Music Review. We stood them up through a sponsorship of Visit Macon, and they just released their first album a month ago and are starting to go out on the road and carry our Macon message to other venues, other states, including Nashville. So for us, it's creating that ecosystem to the point now where not long ago, we bought a radio station, the Creek 100.9. And so now an artist can record at Capricorn Records, walk across the street, hand us the track or send us the track via email, and they can hear their song on the radio right there. And then they can walk across another street and play a historic venue like Grant's Lounge. So for us, it's creating that music ecosystem that not only fosters tourism, but also jobs in the local economy. For us, we talk about what does it mean for locals? Well, it shows that it's saving $600 a month or a year in property taxes, but our property taxes in Macon have dropped 50% in the last 5 years. And that's done via outside dollars coming into our community, whether it's our SPLOST revenue, whether that's our tourism or hotel motel. That has helped our local citizens to the point where they see the need for the investment in a new arena, the need for the investment of our amphitheater. All these things that are coming online, our citizens see the benefit to them from that.
Matt, I'm going to ask you to talk a little bit about how Trilith Live, just the investments being made and how you see an opportunity, or what we can do to help grow it and how it'll impact the state as a whole.
Certainly. So Trilith Live, a huge private investment of over $400 million to build this complex, and a continued investment on the upkeep and maintenance and overall operations. But when we look at the way that it can benefit the state, we've talked a little bit about some of the rehearsals, the music groups that'll come through. But one of the things that kind of could set us apart level the playing field where others are set apart is I'll use Rock Lidditz and Lidditz PA as the example here. So this is the epicenter for concert rehearsals. Acts like Taylor Swift, Beyonce, Drake, and many others go to the middle of nowhere, Lidditz, Pennsylvania, above Lancaster to rehearse. And the reason they do that is because of a tax incentive on rehearsals. Rehearsing there and then playing shows in that state then gets them millions in return on the back end for their time spent in that state. Rock Lidditz has recently developed Rock Nashville, and we just spent this past year, we had Jason Aldean come and rehearse. We had Thomas Rhett. We had Keith Urban. We currently have loading in today for the third rehearsal set, Zach Brown, before he goes to the Sphere in Las Vegas. We've had to give some serious concessions to a few of these acts to get them to come and rehearse with us because we do not have a tax incentive for rehearsal. So we are giving that so that the economy here, the hotels, the restaurants, everyone can thrive. Local employees that are working in the stagehand world can come and have jobs to go to, and we love having these groups with us and helping put the south side of Atlanta, Trilith Live in Fayetteville, Georgia on the map. But as we continue to battle with Rock Nashville opening up this month, actually, we have to figure out how we level the playing field. And part of that is potentials of having those tax incentives for those acts to attract them to the area. Myself and other colleagues, I think Andrew Saltzman was there as well, were in at a conference in LA a couple years ago, and Live Nation executives came to us, and the big thing that they were looking for is rehearsal space. I'll give you the reason they're looking for rehearsal space. If you rewind 5 years, 6 years ago, pre-COVID, you could still find rehearsal space at regional arenas to rehearse and get ready to go on a national tour for these big acts. Well, the music industry has grown so much, as Andrew mentioned, that finding a week or 2 week or 3 week run to go into a regional arena and rehearse is becoming more and more difficult. And these acts are not able to find those spaces to rehearse. So rehearsal spaces are becoming a very big need. You just had Gateway Studio, outside of St. Louis open up to be a competitor to Rockleditz. We just opened up last year and are diving into that world as well as live audience entertainment, which is something that the state has not really seen a lot of previously. So with all of these competitors starting to come online, is how do we level the playing field so that Georgia can be the one that attracts these major artists to come and spend weeks in our cities and spend tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars in the local economy week in and week out as they get ready to go out on a tour.
And then go play our huge sports arenas. And that continues. I mean, it brings in, again, the people from out of, traveling for those concerts as well. And I think there's also, there's definitely a tie-in. Chairman, we talked about a little bit with, what Matt and his people do, and that production, the pre-production on music is very similar to a film production setup with regards to the jobs and all of that. So Brian, can you talk a little bit about how you think there's an opportunity for us to take advantage now to help kind of fill that void as the film industry is a lot of those jobs have left or there's a void?
Absolutely. So a couple things before I answer, if it's okay, just listening to some of these comments. So I mentioned before, we've had some really heavy hitter producers move back to Georgia from Georgia, lived in LA and Nashville for decades and came back to Georgia because they wanted to be home. Well, one of them is a guy named Dave Cobb, who Lee Hughes knows and lives close to in Savannah. Dave is from Georgia, lived in Nashville forever. He is the top of the top producers right now. 9 Grammys. I think some of you all have met him. We were mentioning Red Clay Strays playing in Macon. Dave produced that record that just hit platinum. Mark Neal from Valdosta, who's a good friend of mine and Mala's, also worked on that record, and close to Chairman Goodman, obviously, platinum record. So they tracked that. They cut that record in Georgia, played in Macon. So the ecosystem could start here, whether it's the Georgia artist, because we know we have so much talent in the state. They're just leaving. We got to keep them here because we have the infrastructure, and it's growing and growing to start here, arrange here, right here. We have so many writers that are moving from Nashville to Georgia because it's getting crowded up there. So they can come here or they can stay here. They can go to our universities. We have great music programs. We have great music business programs as well. They can write here, they can record here, they can rehearse here, and they can perform here. And so that ecosystem is just going to be, first of all, create an amazing music economy in this state that's not just centered around certain areas, but really statewide. So I just wanted to say that, and I know that kind of got off subject there. So there's a number of things that we can do here, and Matt talked about this, that they're having to make serious concessions to get these artists to rehearse here. We just toured that facility about a month ago or whatever it was. It is absolutely outstanding. It is one of the most incredible state-of-the-art venues from a rehearsal standpoint, as well as the live venues that I've ever seen and that I think any of us will ever see. It's absolutely incredible. I'm super excited for you guys. But I think a couple things that we can do, and it really gets down to legislation. A number of years ago, we had a tax credit that did really kind of tackled the two really important areas of music. One was recording and trying to get these artists to stay in Georgia, but also the tour rehearsal piece. We saw Rocklytics and what they were doing in Pennsylvania in the middle of nowhere, as Matt said. And they have done a great job, and now they're expanding and they're benefiting from the tax credit. The Nashville location's benefiting from the Pennsylvania tax credit of 35%, I think it is. So something like that where Trilith is not losing money for these concessions, and I don't mean to speak for Matt, obviously, but just from a policy standpoint, where the legislature can be helpful and really make us more competitive with the tax credits for studios as well as tour rehearsals. And I say studios because Muscle Shoals is extremely historic, but not necessarily more historic than Macon. Muscle Shoals is in the middle of nowhere, with all due respect to Muscle Shoals. They've recorded some of the greatest music that we've ever heard, ever. So has Macon, and they continue to, and so has Savannah. And so they have a very competitive tax credit there. It's actually kind of a tax grant. Yes, excuse me, tax grant that if we can get that at Georgia, Capricorn will continue to kill it. Our friend Dave and Savannah will do great. Mark and Valdosta. And those are just three examples, not counting all the great music in Athens and Atlanta and even in the suburbs around Atlanta. So that's one piece, as well as the tour rehearsal piece, to make us really competitive on a global stage. Because as Matt said, touring is getting more and more of a bigger business, and we can create that ecosystem here, which will come more jobs. We can take the jobs that are frankly not being utilized right now in the film industry and hopefully apply those to some of the work that Matt and his team have down at Trilith Live. So there's a lot of synergies there, but that also brings more businesses, more catering businesses, more bus businesses and things like that we really have kind of seen in Nashville that Georgia is ripe to really take advantage of. And I want to mention this as well, and I don't mean to be so long-winded, but you guys know I'm pretty passionate about this. We have been trying with Senator Halpern's incredible leadership to pass legislation to create a music office in this state. The Senate passed it this year unanimously. The House has not acted on it. Our Department of Economic Development has failed to support music in a big way. They have done a great job with film and so many other industries. Music has just kind of been left behind. And that's unfortunate because of the legacy acts that we have here in Macon. But not only that, but the opportunity where Nashville is getting crowded. And we've heard it from our friends that are artists and from our producer friends and so many others to say, I want to move back to Georgia. I need this. They don't have income tax in Nashville. I know y'all are talking about that in the Senate yesterday, I believe. And I know that's a big priority for Lieutenant Governor and others, but and that would be tremendous, obviously. But there's a lot of opportunities in the music office as a central nucleus to help coordinate all of these great things that Georgia has, I think is absolutely essential for the music industry. And since we introduced that legislation, because of what this state has done with film, which has been tremendous, there's no question about that. We have seen these other states take that idea and saw that we didn't pass it, and they've passed it. Nashville has one, Oklahoma, North Carolina, and this is all based on Texas. Texas has had it for 30 years under Democrat, Republican governors, and expanded under conservative Republican governors too. So, and that's been a tremendous success. So we are now seeing where we have ideas and other states are taking those ideas and actually passing them and implementing them and then taking business away from us. And that's really unfortunate because we have more artists than Alabama. We have better football players too, but I couldn't help myself, sorry. But we, maybe not this year, hopefully in the end, but anyway, so I could get long-winded here. I want to be respectful of our time, but I mean, the music office is obviously very important. Again, Senator Halpern, thank you so much for your incredible leadership. And frankly, for everybody on the panel, all your support has been amazing. Senator Goodman, just outstanding. Always talking about Elvis, which I appreciate. But anyways, yeah, we have a tremendous opportunity through the music office as well as potentially tax credits moving forward to make us competitive on a global stage. Sorry,
What-
that was long-winded.
What I would add is for us from a rehearsal standpoint, we're not just a rehearsal venue since we are a live entertainment venue as well, and it's all under one nonprofit business. Having more dollars come in from the rehearsal side provides us an opportunity to flow that money into the live entertainment side and go out and partner with promoters or buy shows ourselves more to bring more entertainment into the economy there, where people are buying tickets, they're going and spending at hotels and the restaurants, and more jobs are created through that and more work hours for those event-driven jobs. So it is a flow through for us that helps stand up the rest of the opportunities that we can provide to the community.
Thank you. I want to thank all of you guys for, sharing and senators, we use us as a resource. We want to partner with you guys more. I think there's an opportunity, obviously, for sports, music, and tourism, hospitality. I think we can all do, we can think as visionaries 5 years down the road, working together. How can we seize the momentum we already have and really build on it?
Can I comment one more, Mr. Chairman, if it's okay? One very quick.
Sure, Brian.
Very quick.
Sure, buddy. Everything you've said's been quick so far today. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Wow. Jeez, this isn't being recorded, is it? What are you talking about? This is great. I just want to mention one thing as a relay. This is very similar to what our friends in the sports industry were talking about. And I go back to my good friend Dave Cobb in Savannah. He also did the Mumford and Sons album, which was #1 for many, many weeks. And when they released that album and they did interviews all over the world, they talked about Savannah, Georgia in a big way. And that's just going to continue as we have more of these sessions and more of these recording sessions happening across Georgia. So I thought that was really important from a global stage.
Again, unpacking a lot. And I know we've got some huge, to my right here, we've got some huge music fans here. And when Chairman Goodman, when he's leaning back saying, I got a question. I'm going to start with Senator Jones. Do you have any questions for the? Okay. All right.
Well, first off, thank y'all for being here. I am a huge music fan, but I am not only just an Elvis fan. I'm a huge Allman Brothers fan. I actually, Senator Halpern and I we served together on the music study committee a few years ago. Got to play the first few chords of Sweet Melissa with Chuck Leavell on the piano. That was pretty cool. I was playing the guitar. Went to go see Dickie Betts when he came out of retirement and went to Grant's Lounge. And so I love Macon. And, every year, my primary occupation is I'm a blueberry farmer. And so when we get every year up until I got crazy and decided to run for the state Senate, when we'd finish gathering our blueberry crop, I'd drive to Memphis every year, old convertible, go to Stack Studios, Sun Studios, Memphis Rock and Soul Museum, Graceland, check in at the Westin, go to B.B. King's Blues Bar on Beale Street, we'd spend the night in Clarksdale at the Ground Zero Blues Club. And that's I carried all kind of folks on this thing. But one of the things, and if I'm ignorant to what this is, I want, Brian, maybe you can tell me, but Atlanta, our capital city, 5.5 million people living around there. We don't have a music district. And I spent a good bit of my time, especially in the early part of the year, in Atlanta. And I don't feel like obviously, you got rehearsals and you may have a venue, but you don't have a place that you can go. And, my pastor's probably listening to this, so forgive me, Paul, but have a beer and, eat a cheeseburger. And maybe you listen to some guy playing Marshall Tucker and the next guy's playing B.B. King, and the next guy's playing Johnny Taylor or whatever. But we don't have a place like that. And I feel like it would really be good, especially, for our musicians, of being able to, kind of help their income and everything else. I just wondered, have y'all ever thought about that, or any of the leaders from Atlanta in here, that we don't have anything like that, like Tootsie's in Nashville and that area where all the music venue places are, Austin,
We have thought about that. I think it's a difficult task in Atlanta when those type of districts, a lot of them start to happen organically. And our real estate value in Atlanta it doesn't support those independent, and I'll share you some research. But there's the National Independent Venue Association just did some studies, and the cost right now for smaller venues, it's just cost prohibitive. But on a larger scale, I think that's what's being done with the Gulch. And it is going to be, it's not, it's a sports and entertainment complex, but a big portion of that is live music, right? So I think an entertainment district would be more beneficial and successful in an Athens, in an Augusta, in a Columbus, and all of these cities. There is that sort of revitalization happening downtown. So there is that possibility.
Well, I do love music, and I am very passionate about this statewide music bill. I think at the top, you mentioned that music's a $5 billion economic impact in Georgia right now without that focused coordination. And so what I love about music, like film is a little bit more top down, right? Like you've got a studio that says we want to come to Georgia and we want to do something. Music is much more ground up. And so we talked about it just a little bit, but I'd love to just dive a little bit deeper in kind of the workforce piece, the workforce development aspect. Yes, music is economic development. I don't think anybody in this room would deny that. But when we talk about workforce and when we talk about kind of getting that workforce ready in Georgia, just kind of share a little bit what the lay of the land looks like right now today.
I'll just kind of touch on what we have in Macon and developing that workforce. Right now, Mercer University has gone all in on the music side of things, and that includes business education for music. That includes incubation space and rehearsal space at Capricorn for students. But also, we have one of the premier world best Center for Strings, the Robert McDuffie Center for Strings there. Last night, their students play with our symphony. Mike Mills from REM sat in on that with Robert McDuffie. And you had world-class entertainment and musicians practicing in Macon, Georgia. As Mala said, we have dedicated a lot of resources into creating that music district, if you will. So for us, it's about not only the musicians, but the business side of things, trying to attract those producers and production from Nashville. We make multiple trips a year to Nashville to meet with these folks and show off Macon. We're going in January. They do a Nashville Music Day. They feature new artists each year. They're featuring Jason Aldean, and they're doing it at his place downtown Nashville. And we're doing a Macon takeover. And we're going to be able to interact with Macon's own Jason Aldean, but also get in front of some of these people and these producers to bring them down. We kind of have a saying in our office: if Nashville is the factory, then Macon's the farm. We're trying to grow what Nashville has and produce enough that people say, hey, it's too crowded in Nashville. We want to go to Macon and produce our album. We want to record there because we can walk around and bump into Chuck Lavelle at the hardware store because his tree farm's just right down the road. So for us, back to the original question about jobs, it's that incubation of that ecosystem all across the board and not just musicians.
Yeah, for us at Trilith, a few things. I'll start at the lowest level. We actually are partnered with the State Board of Education, and then through that, the local Fayette County Board of Education. We've got high school seniors that are coming and are being exposed to the industry within the venue operations of both film and into the music side. We have at Trilith another nonprofit called Trilith Institute, ran by Jeffrey Stepikoff, and we actually have a meeting this week to talk about internship opportunities where they can start stepping out of the above the line film side and into the music side and start training up students and providing opportunities for them to come in and be with acts on the rehearsal side for weeks on end to get engulfed in it. And through that, very similar to what Rock Lidditz has been doing, have opportunities to then end up on tours by that association and being a part and working hard through that rehearsal time span to then jump into that industry. So we're looking at several different ways there from that overall kind of getting people going. But then from the general workforce standpoint, the amount of workers that we have that started as interns on my team right now, our director of security and experience started as an intern with me at the Atlanta Hawks. We've got other people that are coming on that again started in those part-time positions at venues that are now being in the entertainment world and management and director level positions that people like the Hawks in their trainee program and other university programs are really bringing these young students up, and then they're falling in love with the industry and then providing opportunities with the workforce that we're having to hire to open this venue.
I'll just say one last thing, and I know we're way over time, but these jobs are AI proof. Computers can't do live jobs. They can't. And so again, as we look to the future, technologies is growing by leaps and bounds. Where are we going to find jobs for Georgians, and what careers are there available? And I think this is, that's something else to consider. But thank you all.
I think y'all brought up some very good points, and one of the things that we've tried to stress throughout this process is the jobs. I think everybody up here wrote down that the property taxes have dropped 50% in Macon. I would say in large part to those investments that you guys are making, and I think those are the stories that we need to hear. Those are the stories that our colleagues need to hear as we go into session to make a difference for the whole industry. So thank y'all for bringing all this information, bringing all of it to us. It's been very informative. And Ms. Halpern was I wouldn't have let Brian. My vote was no. She twisted my arm. She took me to dinner. She's like, please give him 30 minutes. So thank you, Sonia.
Thank you, Sonia.
Okay. All right. Yes, we are running a little bit behind, but I think that when I see these pins when we're writing down information up here, and I think that just helps us uncover more of what we're ultimately trying to do here within this committee. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to ask Mr. George Zimmerman to come up, and I've been told that he's come here to back cleanup, so to speak, in a lot of the in the tourism world, in the industry, all over the country. So he comes to us from Michigan or Ohio now, Wisconsin. Holy cow! Had a lot of different locales thrown at me last night, but had some great conversation with him, and he's going to present to us. I'm sure we're going to have, hopefully we don't have more questions afterwards. I think you're going to give us a lot of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay? All right. So I'm George Zimmerman, Chairman of Longwoods International USA. Just a brief bio about me. So I was the Ohio Tourism Director for 7 years, the Michigan Tourism Director for 12 years. During my Michigan tenure, that's when the Pure Michigan branding was created, launched, expanded, et cetera. And then for the last 12 years, I've been with Longwoods, basically helping state tourism offices do better and find better ways to do things. And with my experience, and one of those state offices I've worked with recently is West Virginia, and they're going to be part of this presentation as well. So here we go. I did watch your other sessions, your other hearings, and so I decided to kind of just capture what you've heard so far. And that, first of all, is that you already knew this. We have a world-class tourism product that attracts visitors from around the country and around the world. The tourism industry here is competitive, growing. That's great. But you are drastically undermarketed as a state. And your spending is far less than the national average for tourism promotion. And so for me, the bottom line from what you've heard from all the other people you've heard in the other sessions is that Georgia can do better. And I think much better. And so last night, the chairman and I were talking for a couple of minutes, and I'm going to use these two case studies to kind of make the case for how to do better. We talked about Georgia and Michigan. And, you know, you might not think first glance that the states have a lot in common, but actually they do. You know, Georgia and Michigan are both geographically large states, large population states, both with a lot of industrial economic development, huge agriculture in both. So they're not that dissimilar. Just one's in the north and one's in the south. But looking at what happened with Michigan, Michigan and Georgia have one other thing in common, not known as top 5 tourism states in the US. Not, you know, if you ask somebody that list, probably neither one's on there. Certainly when I got to Michigan, Michigan was underfunded, undermarketed. We were leaving money on the table, as I think you are. And so for us, Pure Michigan was a bit of a tourism revolution. And I'd like to make that the first case study. So let's get started. When I arrived at Travel Michigan in 2001, we had $8 million in budget, and we went down every year after that for the first 5 years. I always say, thank goodness I didn't leave in 2005. That would have been my record right there. And not just the money, but we kind of hit rock bottom in 2005. We were doing less every year because we didn't have the money. We didn't have funding. The private sector was fragmented, and actually the role of the state tourism office was being diminished year by year. We were kind of less relevant to the industry because we didn't have funding to do anything. The state of the Michigan economy was not good at this time either. The auto industry was having a tough time. And so things were just generally not good. We ranked 50th in hotel occupancy, dead last. So we were not a happy place. But, and I always say, I'm so glad we were 50th and not 44th, because being dead last is a motivator. There was one bright spot in 2005, and that we did our first advertising return on investment study. And this was not a Pure Michigan, this is the previous campaign, which was, I can assure you, not memorable. But here's the data from that campaign for the previous year. So we spent $3.5 million on out-of-state advertising in 2004. And that generated about almost 1 million trips to the state. And I'll talk about that number in a minute. Those visitors spent $164 million on those trips, paid $11.5 million in state sales tax. So the state got back about $3.27 for each ad dollar spent. Now you look at that 990,000 trips motivated by the advertising, you go, well, that seems like a lot of trips, you know, for not a very big campaign. It is, and it isn't. At this time in 2004, Michigan was getting about 100 million trips a year. So we're talking about adding roughly 1% more with the advertising. But it was enough. The fact that we were generating a positive return on investment for the state, basically based on the sales tax collected on the spending by visit of those new visitors that were motivated by the campaign, the governor and legislature said, you know what, we should spend more on this. We're making money on this. And so they increased the budget to $13.2 million. And with that, we went out to find a new agency to create a new brand for us, because we knew we did not really have a strong brand, a strong message. And that's when we created Pure Michigan. And if you watch one of the monitors, here's the TV version of kind of what that was.
25,000 mornings, give or take, is all we humans get. We spend them on treadmills, we spend them in traffic, and if we get lucky, really lucky, it dawns on us to go spend them in a world where a simple sunrise can still be magic. 25,000 mornings. Make sure some of them are Pure Michigan. Your trip begins at michigan.org.
So when Pure Michigan launched with the voice of Tim Allen, who's the voice of that campaign, the music from the film The Cider House Rules, And the work by McCann Detroit, and I always give the agency credit for the work because they're the ones who did it. It was a bit of a sensation. Hugely positive response from consumers, from legislators, from the industry. There was, basically people felt and feel that we had captured something special with that work. And this is an example of a bus wrap in Chicago. And so with that response, with that positive response, and again, this is an email from an industry person talking about, ROI and Pure Michigan and how great it is. The money started to follow. So we went from the 5.7 million in 05 to the 13.2 million for a couple of years, then to 17.5 million. Every year doing ROI studies to show the results. How many people came because of the campaign? What did they spend? How much extra tax revenue was collected because of that? How does it compare with the cost of the campaign? 2009 is in red because one of our goals was to do national advertising, which Michigan had never done. We only done regional like most states. And so in 2009, we said, if we get to 25 million, we're going to start doing national advertising. And we did. Now, 2010 is interesting because it shows none of this is a straight line. And then, looking back and showing like 10 years worth of work, there were ups and downs and bumps along the way. I don't want to mislead you about that. But the trend line basically is lower left, upper right. And in fact, at its peak, Pure Michigan had $42 million. And so I mentioned the national. So when we were doing national buys starting in 2009, we were buying 5,000 TV spots every spring, summer national on networks like these and about 10 more. And I think that's why people recognize the campaign, because we're buying 5,000 commercials every spring, summer nationally, everywhere. So with our extra money, I'm happy to have this slide in because we're here. We could do things we never did before. We could sponsor a NASCAR race, turn one of the two Michigan races into the Pure Michigan 400, and we did. And so every time during all that race coverage, the race was referred to on ESPN as, or whatever it was on Fox maybe, as the Pure Michigan 400. We also could afford to sponsor the Tigers and buy into their TV coverage. But then something else happened with the kind of the power of the campaign, the response to the campaign. And this is to me when we knew we had captured, lightning in a bottle in a sense. And that is, we had other brands start coming to us and say they wanted to partner with us. And so the Michigan Coca-Cola bottlers approached us and said, hey, we'd love to do some joint creative with you. We'd love to, be part of the campaign. And we were talking about it, we had a couple meetings and they were throwing ideas around. And finally, at one point I said, well, are you okay just paying for all of it? And they said, yes. They said, yes, we will. And we said, go ahead. You drive a hard bargain, but okay. Kroger, same way. As I mentioned, Michigan, big agricultural state. And they sell a lot of Michigan produce in the local Krogers. And they said, well, can we highlight, the Pure Michigan brand as part of our kind of showing Michigan residents, look at what we're doing with Michigan products. And again, we said, you drive a hard bargain, but okay, go ahead. In fact, agritourism, Mr. Chairman, Senator, really, it's kind of the perfect brand for agritourism because the word is pure, right? Agricultural products. So the whole ag industry embraced Pure Michigan as part of their brand. And then another one, so this water company named ApsiPure is a Michigan company. And they said, well, would it be okay if we put some of the branding and the imagery on our packaging? And we said, yes, it would. That would be wonderful. And then there was this.
The great outdoors of Greater Michigan. More freshwater coastline than anywhere. Lakes, rivers, a stone's throw away. The best way to get there, the Pure Michigan Edition Ford F-150. With its custom leather-trimmed interior, best-in-class towing, torque, and payload, plus 4x4 traction. So now the great outdoors joins the great indoors. Get the Pure Michigan Edition F-150 with up to $8,800 total savings only at your neighborhood Michigan Ford dealers.
So we were over the moon. But at the point of all of those other brands wanting to partner with our brand and basically at their expense, just showed the kind of enthusiasm, passion for the brand, right? I mean, or else they wouldn't do it. So, you know, these were just all just wonderful things because you have a strong brand. Same with our tourism industry. Obviously, our partners became more, after doing not very much for them for a long time, became much more enthusiastic about doing stuff with us. And so our partnership program in 2014 went from $230,000 of partner money in 2002 to almost $6 million from the private sector, because they wanted Pure Michigan ads about them. And we did a one-to-one match with them. They paid up to $500,000 to be part of the campaign, just depending on what they're buying. There was a whole kind of menu. So here's what a partner TV ad looks like for a Michigan destination.
Haven't we always wanted our own island? One without car horns or stoplights, but one filled with forts and uncharted paths, carriage rides and bike rides, and games we play all day, where the sun can't wait to wake up, and adventure waits around every corner. Nestled in the deep blue waters of Lake Huron, our island is Mackinac Island. Our island is Pure Michigan. Your trip begins at michigan.org.
And the way this partner program worked was, so it's a one-to-one match. So Mackinac Island paid $500,000 that year, every year they were in the program, to get $1 million worth of cable TV exposure. For that to run, you know, nationally, $1 million worth. So as we got going and as the campaign developed momentum, now it's like every way we can think of, how can we get the brand spread more widely, adopted more widely? So, and again, because of the general support for the brand, legislature, governor, et cetera, businesses, tourism industry, consumers, it wasn't that hard to do. People were very receptive to it. And so we got the standard license plate changed. There are now 10 million of those driving around America in all those years. All the signage, all the tourism signage, including the entry signage to the state, rebranded Pure Michigan. The Todd signage, where the wineries are, it's all Pure Michigan now. Campaign won a lot of awards, which was great, always very gratifying. And then in 2009, Forbes put out this list of the 10 best all-time tourism campaigns worldwide. And we were on that list. And I will tell you, you might remember 2009 was the first year we did national advertising. And I'm convinced that if they had done this in 2008, they would have never heard of it. But it wasn't until we went national that somebody in New York at Forbes even saw it. And then we also measured, how is the campaign affecting people's impression of Michigan as a place, a destination to go to? And the red lines in this chart show people how they rated Michigan for all those attributes on the left of the column. But the red line were people who have never seen the campaign, and the green line were people who had seen the campaign, had seen the advertising. And obviously the people who had seen the advertising had a much better impression of Michigan as a place to go than people who had not. And in fact, the state adopted Pure Michigan as a marketing brand for everything. Economic development, that's in front of the office where I used to work. So now the EDC is starting to use it for business development, trade shows, that kind of stuff. It was and is the unified state brand. But that's all great. Awards are great, image results are great, partnerships are great, but that's not the real measure. I mentioned how important the ROI effort was, and I showed that initial ROI from our old campaign. So here is 10 years of Pure Michigan ROI. In 10 years, the campaign generated 32 million out-of-state trips to the state. Those visitors spent almost $10 billion at Michigan businesses. They paid $664 million in Michigan tax, primarily sales tax. And that's where most of it comes from. So the cumulative ROI for Pure Michigan over that 10-year period is $5.49. So for each ad dollar spent, and there was about I don't know, $110 million worth of ad dollars in this during that 10-year period. For each ad dollar spent, the state got back $5.50 in sales tax from those new visitors motivated by the campaign. And that's a measurement we did every year and we published the results. So, and I'm convinced that's why the budget kept going lower left, upper right. So when I look back, to me, the three keys to Pure Michigan are fairly simple, but not easy. One was building that new powerful brand message, finding an agency that could do that, one that would be so compelling that it would attract, inspire new visitors from far away. But it also inspired all of the partnerships and all the other stuff that happened. Two, a substantial and growing budget. And you saw the budget line during that 10-year period. Because without the budget, what good is the brand? Right? I mean, to get the message out, you need money. And then third, the annual measurement. Now I'm going to touch on West Virginia briefly just to show a similar case study. I've been a consultant. I was a consultant for West Virginia from 2016 for 8 years, starting 2016. And it's a somewhat similar story. So I helped them find a new agency in 2017. They launched their new brand in 2018, Almost Heaven. I don't know if you've seen the creative, you're about to, but it's built on the popular song Country Roads that John Denver originally recorded. It's been covered 1,000 times. And the thing about that song is, and that was one of the keys to what they did. They figured out that, there's a popular song known by millions of people around the world. And the first 4 lyrics of the song are Almost Heaven, West Virginia. We should use that because it's already built. It's already got a worldwide audience. And so that was a extremely smart thing for them to do. When they launched, it's very similar response to Pure Michigan. Since their launch, they have tripled their budget. They're up around 49 million now per year. And here's what it looks like.
Country roads take me home to the place I belong, West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, country road, take me home, country road.
And for people who are watching on the streaming and are not here, if you're having trouble with any of the videos, just go to the YouTube channels for both states and you'll find lots of videos to watch. So a couple of things about this campaign, similar to Pure Michigan, very emotional campaigns. I believe that's one of the keys to both of their successes. The imagery, the music, it's emotionally appealing. It touches you. So what's next? So these are my personal recommendations. I am not a state senator, though I think I'd be a good one, but I'm not. But if it were me, the things I would recommend for Georgia, given where you are, given your product, given everything we've heard about, sports, tourism, music, all of it. One, I would invest in an agency capable of building that brand. And it's not easy. It's can be painful, but it's achievable. It can be done, and it's worth it. Two, I'd create a substantial and growing funding stream to deliver that brand nationally and internationally. And I have a modest suggestion as a non-senator. I understand you have a $5 per night statewide hotel tax has been referenced throughout your hearings. What if, just saying, 50 million of it went to tourism plus half the future growth? And the other half stays with the DOT. Because if you do this, that fund is going to grow even faster than it is now. It's already growing, right, year to year. But if you really step up your game, then it'll grow faster. And that way, you know, the DOT will get their money back at some point. And then the last thing, I would do annual studies to measure the results, and I'd publish them. It's been a pleasure. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I'm ready to go to Michigan and West Virginia.
I'll get to work then.
Get on a plane. Couple things. The first thing, the first two questions I have is, so is it a standalone agency in Michigan, a tourism agency?
No.
Or was it tied to GDEC? How,
Yeah, both states are
you- like
different in
an
structure.
organization, an agency like GDEC?
Yeah, they're both different in structure and so many variations around the country. In Michigan, Travel Michigan is part of the Michigan Economic Development Corporation. It's a business unit of the corporation. Its funding is voted by the legislature with each session. So there's no dedicated funding stream. West Virginia used to be similar to that, but then they became their own cabinet level agency. So now the cabinet secretary over tourism also has some other state agencies pulled in, but that now it's kind of its separate state department with a cabinet level leader. Whereas the Michigan example, the Travel Michigan director is actually a vice president of the Michigan Economic Development Corp.
And all that initial funding in Michigan, that was just legislature appropriated. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Governor requested, ledge went. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Senator Jones, you have any questions?
I think it was a very enlightening presentation. Georgia's had some programs in the past, some advertising campaigns in the past. What do you think we've done well in the past, and what would you change in the future?
Yeah, I don't really know much about the past product. I mean, I've lived in the Midwest for a long time, and most of it probably never reached me. So I'm
We
not
always
really-
market ourselves as Peach State. I think that's kind of well known.
But I think that, I don't really, I haven't really analyzed, kind of past efforts. I think that for me, the big thing is not so much what was done, but what needs to be done from my point of view, which is that. You need these kind of building blocks to make this work. You need the brand, I call it BB&D, the brand, the budget, the data.
Mr. Chairman. I mean, Georgia has a lot of different parts of the state. You got major metropolitan areas, you got coastal areas, you got mountainous areas. How do you blend all of that together in a cohesive campaign?
Well, and I think that when you look at probably Michigan is a better example as kind of a similar state, because, Detroit, Traverse City, Mackinac Island, rural, and yet pure Michigan was able to promote all of that.
Did Detroit start using Pure Detroit as an example? I'm just curious.
They didn't do Pure Detroit, but they did partner with us. We did, Pure Michigan ads on Detroit. And actually, Detroit shows up in almost every Pure Michigan ad.
Thank you.
Senator Halper.
My question was going to be the one that you asked, Mr. Chairman, about kind of process and structure. I guess just a follow-up to that is in the Michigan example, well, first, let me just say, yes, both of those ads were very evocative. I mean, I started my career in sales and marketing. I love both of those ads. They draw you right in. And we were kind of sidebarring about Georgia and Georgia Grown and how we've limited that to ag, but like there is maybe a world in which we expand that to talk about Georgia and whole. But going back to kind of structure. So in Michigan, you said that the Department of Economic Development basically now has the tourism piece in the Department of, I can't find my notes now on that. That you've got somebody focused every day on tourism, specifically within the Department of Economic Development in Michigan.
Right.
And then basically the same thing in West Virginia, just slightly different placement in terms of kind of governor's cabinet.
Yes, I mean, yeah, so the VP of Travel Michigan at the Economic Development Corp, that unit is focused on tourism. And it used to be similar, like I said, in West Virginia, but now they've made that a cabinet level agency. They've actually elevated tourism. So now a member of the cabinet is actually over tourism.
And is there an advantage to one approach versus another? Do you think just generally, I think right now tourism for us just sits not even kind of named explicitly, but sits under the Department of Economic Development.
Yeah. There's pros, like anything in life, there's pros and cons to both. So one thing with the cabinet level agencies, the states that do that, typically there's more turnover at the top because of elections. Whereas when I was with Michigan and I was a vice president in the Economic Development Corp, I served under 3 different governors. Because it wasn't viewed as a kind of a political appointment. So, there are pros and cons to both.
But the consistency, but maybe sometimes the consistency around strategy, the consistency around budget and effort, sometimes works better if you're going across administrations rather than it looking like this is a discrete play for a particular administration.
Absolutely. I totally agree with that. I mean, one of the kind of biggest problems historically with state tourism offices is so many of them did, and so many still do kind of turn over every election. And then a new administration comes in and says, well, those people were idiots. And so we know better and we're going to start over.
Yeah.
And then you end up kind of with a lost year and then you start over and you refresh. And I think that, Pure Michigan is 20 years old next year.
Yeah.
And has survived, the brand has survived.
Excellent. Thank you.
Senator Goodman, you got anything?
Real quick. So our Blueberry Cooperative I'm a member of, we have one headquarters in Alma, Georgia, and one in Grand Junction, Michigan. So I serve on the board. I had to resign when I got elected to state senate, but anyway, spent a lot of time in Michigan. Great state, a lot of similarities to Georgia. I'm just curious, the numbers that you came back with, $5.47 for every dollar you spent. We've heard in previous testimony that it was about $8. And if you've watched this, these other, which either way is phenomenal. I spend $1 to make $5.47 every day of the week, but the methodology, how you're doing this or how they may have done that, do you have any?
Well, there's only one vendor source. My guess is it's probably which years you pick. I mean, I chose, mine is a 10 or 11 year period. It would vary when you started and stopped. I mean, generally the ROI slowly increased year by year. And it makes sense because especially when you started doing, had enough budget. So the consumer's not starting from zero the next year. There is some memory of Pure Michigan already, right? So you would expect the results to be slightly better every time, even with the same spend. And the fact that the spending was going up, then also you had that contributing to it. So, yeah. And again, with ROI, people go, well, is that a good number? To me, more than $1 is a good number, right? Because you're making money. So it's just a question of how much you make.
That's good stuff. Everybody good? Blueberry man?
Thank you for your time.
Well, we appreciate you coming and presenting to us again, learning a lot. Very, very informative.
Well, thanks. And I would just say anything I can do for the committee on future, I'm happy to do.
I guess that's one thing. So when you got started with Pure Michigan, last deal, I mean, was it kind of an organic? Who decided that they wanted to make Michigan tourism better?
Who decided? What was the question?
They wanted to make Michigan tourism better. A governor? Who was it? It was a governor?
The governor, the current governor at that time saw the ROI numbers and thought, you know, the state's not in great shape. So they were not in the same place where you are now. You're in much better shape financially as a state, but that was a kind of a low spot for Michigan. And they were looking for things to kickstart the economy. And so they were willing to more than double the budget just to see, well, let's try, you know, we did this with 5 million. What can we do with 13?
Do you agree that we're doing great things in the tourism industry in Georgia, but this is
Absolutely.
it's kind of low hanging fruit. It's sitting there. This is easy. This is within reach. This is not something that's.
Yes, you certainly have the product, right? I mean, that's the thing. So if you've got the product, then it's just a question of building that brand that's going to be that compelling and funding it. Measure results.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I know I've said this before at a couple other meetings that we're just going to take a 5-minute break. I promise we just are going to take a 5-minute break. Let's take a restroom break, grab a bottle of water right quick, and get back in here at 11:27. back just a little bit. And I'm going to ask President and CEO of the Atlanta CVB to Mr. William Pate to come up here and present. We've got a lot of, I'm going to make Miss Lindsay Strickland, she's going to be presenting. Her and Kevin, they're going to be presenting next. I'm going to make her sit back there nervous as to, am I going to pick on her or not? It's been pretty good so far. What y'all think? I'm excited about this committee and very thankful to everybody who's helped out.
All right, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Members of the committee, thank you all for having us today and for this important discussion. I'm a business guy, so I'm going to talk numbers, and I like numbers. I like return on investment. I like to talk. So I'm going to talk to you about, or I hope I'm going to show you, the symbiotic relationship by more visitors drives more spending, drives more development, drives more visitors, drives more spending. And I'm going to use Atlanta as the example, but I think what we'll do is link it to the rest of the state. And that didn't work. Does that work? Am I supposed to click this? It's only got 2 buttons, so it'd be hard for me to mess it up, but let's just power cycle it and see if it's, there you go, play that. Okay. So first thing I want to talk about is the relationship between spending money and increasing visitation. So this is the visitation in metropolitan Atlanta. When we bring big conventions and things to Atlanta, business travelers go out to Buckhead. People who want an economy stay go all the way out to the perimeter. So much like the Chamber of Commerce, what we do kind of affects the entire metro area. So these are metro numbers, but and apologies to George, I like straight lines. And you see these go straight left to right, straight up. And you can see as we increase the spending, we get more visitors. And as we get more visitors, guess what? We get more money to increase our spending, which brings in more visitors. And we have increased the visitation to Atlanta 75% since I've been here. I'm using 2008. That's the year I came. We would have doubled the visitation by 2020 had it not been for COVID. So we're still doing a little bit of catch up, but making really, really good progress there. So I think the first thing to understand is almost always is the case. If you spend more money, you get more people. When you get more people, they spend more money. Okay, because when you think about yourself and when you travel and all the transactions that take place from the airport, you get to the hotel, you tip the bellman, you talk to the concierge, you go to the front desk, you eat out, you go to events, you go to the convention center for meetings, all those transactions. That's why tourism is almost always the #1 economic driver in every city in the world. Everyone that you talk to, they always talk about tourism. And that's why, because when you get more people, they spend more money, you get more economic impact. And by the way, those are by and large small businesses. Those are caterers and decorators and people all across the spectrum, transportation companies. And so more people gives you more spending. More spending and more people kick off more tax benefit. And again, you can see this goes straight up, left to right. We've almost tripled the tax benefit for the city since I've been here. Not quite, but almost tripled the number, the amount of tax benefit. That's free cash flow that goes to the city and free cash flow that goes to the state. One of the great things about our business is that it kicks off a lot of unencumbered cash that folks can use to point to other areas of their business. When you get more people, you have to have more places for them to stay. And this is where the connection to development really comes in. So when you increase your number of visitors by 75%, the first thing you got to do is you got to have more places for them to stay. And so in Atlanta, we've had 40 new hotels that have opened up in the city, about a 25% increase in the number of hotels that we've built, 8,000 hotel rooms. Now, those are construction jobs and all the other kind of jobs you have when you build big hotels. We just built the beautiful Signia over by the Georgia World Congress Center. And so that large number of people coming through the city, the impact is much greater than just the cash that they kick off. It flies off so many, it feeds those businesses and it creates more development. Now, the other thing it does is people have to have more things to do. Now, the Georgia Aquarium really kicked off tourism in Atlanta when it opened in 2005. It really kind of jump-started tourism. But then we built the National Center for Civil and Human Rights. The reason we were able to get the College Football Hall of Fame here, and I was involved in that, the first thing they asked is how many people come to Atlanta for tourism. And so those numbers are what really drive developers to make decisions, because they want to know that you can have large numbers of people who can spend money in the city. It also feeds additional expansion. So the Georgia World Congress Center that you all are involved in, and thank you for the money to expand that. We spent a lot of time talking about that. The connection to building B and C, which gave us 1 million square feet of contiguous space, has allowed us to bring in the largest conventions in the country that we were never able to bring in because we didn't have that kind of space. So again, you made an investment there, and we were able to bring more people in because of that investment. We built the Signia Hotel, which now is a great centerpiece on the landscape, great hotel occupancy, doing really well, and a great addition to our convention business because it really ties in, it gives us another opportunity to really light up Building C on the convention center. We can do separate conventions there. All that led to incremental business into the city. It also leads to incremental development. And I want to talk a minute about Centennial Yards. The one thing that has, I think, driven a lot of thinking in Centennial Yards is that our conventioneers have asked for more entertainment venues, more restaurants, places to eat downtown, close to the walking distance to the convention center. And so Centennial Yards has built one hotel. You know, they're planning 3 more. And again, why are they building this hotels? Because our visitation is expanding. And so that construction will continue. We've got Cosm, which is going to be a great music venue. Of course, we got the Live Nation venue, which is going to be another great music venue, and more things for people to do. And we're looking at other opportunities to bring restaurants and nightlife into downtown because that's what our conventioners are asking for. The reason we're going to be able to do that is we can show them the numbers, because our numbers are going to continue to expand as we go through 2030. South Downtown, they're opening a bunch of restaurants this coming year. A lot of that is driven by the fact that we've already got the conventioneers downtown. And it's just a short walk from Mercedes-Benz to the South Downtown district. And so this gives them a head start while they work on their residential piece. And CNN Center, which you know is now called the Center, the first floor is going to be all restaurants, driven by the fact, and in the meetings I've had with them, that this is what our conventioneers are looking for. They need more dining places close to the center. And so that has fed their entire development plan for the first floor of that. And so, again, just to tie it together, you get more people, they spend more money, more people lead to more development. Then when you have more hotels and more development, which is where we are right now, we got to get more people here because we're going to continue to grow the business. And so that's what we're on the pathway to do right now. The final thing is it creates more jobs. Centennial or the Signia Hotel by itself created 700 jobs in the city. When we opened the Hard Rock Hotel, just down from the Signia, it created 500 jobs. And these are important jobs because for many people where particularly college isn't an option, these are really good paying, good jobs. These people buy cars, they buy houses, they rent apartments. They are a big part of our economy, and we need to make sure that they've got plenty of opportunity. And so, and you can see all these lines go left to right. It all starts with spending. Spending drives more people spend more money, create more tax benefit, create more development. At the end of the day, they create more jobs. Talk about sporting events. We love sporting events. And this is something that happens all across the state, because if you're hosting a high school softball tournament, a baseball tournament, a volleyball tournament, a cheerleading competition, everybody that comes has a mom and a daddy and a grandma and a grandpa that want to come with them, right? So every participant gives you about 6 or 8-fold visitation, right? So that's why we love those. They almost always happen on weekends, right? Because kids are in school. And so it's great business on the weekends, which are typically the weakest time for a city. And so we've been very lucky. This is what sustained us during COVID. We had big cheerleading competitions, big volleyball competitions. They all wanted to continue to have those even during COVID. And of course, the state was open, so we were able to have those while the rest of the business began to come back. And I know you heard from our stadium folks earlier today. We have a fantastic sports portfolio that is a combination of many things. We have state-of-the-art facilities. We have the largest, busiest airport in the country, very easy to get here, 20 minutes to get right downtown, 15,000 hotel rooms that you can walk to the stadium. So we are set up, which is why so many organizations like to have their championship games here. And we've already, of course, had a bunch of them. We got several of them on the way. We got the Super Bowl coming up in 28. Of course, we have the World Cup coming in 26. We've already got the men's Final Four coming back in 31. And we have a number of other opportunities in front of us. One of the challenges that we have is, and hotel motel tax, by the way, has paid for a lot of those events. The problem that we're running into is the cost of those events, and the competition's gotten tighter. The cost of those events is starting to outstrip our ability to fund those through the hotel motel tax. So we've got to eventually look for other avenues, which I know many of you have been looking at in the legislature, other avenues for us to support the sports industry. Why do we love the sports industry? It typically happens on weekends and typically happens on holidays when we don't have any other business. The HBCU National Championship game, which is in Atlanta every year, the Celebration Bowl, happens the week before Christmas. Anybody here traveling the week before Christmas? No, nobody is. So those 50,000 people who come are all incremental to everybody's business plan. So, and we've had every major event that you can imagine. We just had the baseball all-star game earlier this year. And we have the opportunity to continue to get those because we've got a great team that works on them. We know those folks personally, and many more opportunities for us as we move ahead. The other great thing about Atlanta is we've got events. Most cities would like to have one of these. We have these every year. We start the year with football year with the MEAC SWAC cricket kickoff. We have the AFLAC kickoff game, which happens on Labor Day. We have the SEC championship every single year. I talked about the Cricket Celebration Bowl, which happens right before Christmas. Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl happens on New Year's Eve. Again, nobody's traveling and doing business on New Year's Eve. And the Tour Championship, we have one of the greatest we have the 30 best golfers in the world that come here every single year. And of course, we're going to be involved in the World Cup next year. We've got 8 games for the World Cup. Only Dallas has more. And so we're well positioned to continue to execute a great sports plan, which we have our eyes on. And Dan Corso at the Sports Council is kind of at the head of that pin. And so just in closing, and I'll happy to take any questions that you have. The more we invest, and you can argue with if you want to cut all these numbers in half, that's fine. But the more we invest, there's no denying that the chart goes left to right at a 45-degree angle. So the more we invest, the more people who come. The great thing about the industry is the more people who come, they spend more money, they create more tax, and it requires more development. And we have a lot of state-run facilities all across the state. So there's a great opportunity for them to bring some more of these sporting events and things. We also have some convention center, meeting centers across the state, a great opportunity to help them juice their business. And Atlanta doesn't need it, by the way. We are 100% in support of pushing this out for the whole state of Georgia. Right? Because about 60% of the people who travel through the state of Georgia start or end in Atlanta. Oftentimes that's because of the airport. And so we're all in this together. We're very supportive of this. We think we have a great opportunity. I really appreciate this committee taking a deep dive look at this because we have proven it in Atlanta that this is an investment that can pay off in hard, direct spending. These are all third-party numbers. They're not those make-believe numbers that people have. These are all hard, direct spending numbers. Mr. Chairman, that's what I got.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Give him a hand, give him a hand. And look, we talked about that just briefly, I think. Well, no, I see Joe Marinelli sitting back there. I appreciate what you just said about Atlanta's in a pretty good place. And we talked about it just briefly in Savannah. Savannah's in a good place. I mean, there's a lot of really positive things going on in tourism in the state of Georgia. And just to have this committee find the secret sauce to make the overall industry better. Appreciate what y'all do. And I appreciate the fact that you recognize that, because so many industries don't recognize that. They want to hoard it all.
Right.
And I appreciate
And
that.
I'll give you something to think about, because you asked earlier about how you serve so many masters in the pure Michigan. When I came to Atlanta, and as you know, we have a lot of personalities in the city. I just said, look, what we're going to do is get more people here. And it's kind of the mall concept. I'm going to get everybody to the mall. Aquarium, College Football Hall of Fame, this hotel. You've all got a store in the mall, and it's your job to get the people into your store. That's not my job. And so I think that's how you serve everybody, is you say, look, we're going to get a ton more people here in the state. And as we get more people coming to the state, then you have they've already spent the money and made the decision to come. You have the opportunity to pull them into your municipality.
Yep. Anybody got any questions? Giving him a standing ovation back there. Look at that.
All right. I promise. I told Joe not to stand. I said, please do not stand.
Thank you. Have any questions?
Any questions?
Good.
Great.
Good, Senator Jones.
Yeah.
All right.
Got y'all
Thank
back
you.
on time.
All right. No, I appreciate it. That was a lot of information. He hemmed me up right there with a good idea right at the end of the break. So he sold me quick. So now we're going to hear from the CEO of the Georgia World Congress Center, Kevin Duvall, and the VP of Government Affairs, Miss Lindsay Strickland. Just recently have met Kevin and talked to him, but I've known Lindsay for a long time. I don't know how many years, but I very excited on a phone call the other day, because when we were planning this, I can tell the passion of that they're very passionate about what they're going to talk about to us here. And had our sports teams briefly earlier this morning, just touched on it just a little bit, and to kind of go back to the point that that William was saying just a couple minutes ago, about the rising tide floating all boats, and about how big this tourism industry really is. And I think they're going to show us something in a few minutes that I'm very excited to see. All the corners of the state of Georgia that the World Congress Center touches. It's not just downtown Atlanta. So I'm excited to see that. And I think that's going to help us moving forward. So thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. If I may, for just a second, take a point of personal privilege, because you are in my home county right now. And Mr. Chairman, when you called and said you wanted us to participate, we were thrilled for the opportunity. And I said, but you do realize Henry County is not in Atlanta. And I know you're from the foothills of the mountains, but let me just tell you how this works. But I know Senator Jones, you've represented portions of Henry County for several years, along with another senator I know pretty well. But we're really happy to have y'all down here. I know Brandon and Ed have been friends for a long time, and I appreciate them hosting this committee. But Kevin, our CEO, Kevin Duvall, most of y'all know him. He has recently moved up to CEO from COO. And you've been CEO for a little over a year. Yes, and I know he may be a new face to many of y'all, but he's been in our industry longer than I've been alive. No offense. So we are happy to talk with y'all today. And Kevin and I are going to kind of pass a baton a little bit back and forth, but please interject with any questions you may have. Our agenda will include a little bit about us. And Mr. Chairman, you said this is not an opportunity for you to brag for 20 minutes. So we're going to brag for about 5. Then we'll talk a little bit about our competitive landscape that I know our friends in the sports industry alluded to as well. We'll talk a little bit about events and some upcoming opportunities that I think y'all be interested in. And of course, the needs of our industry at the authority that y'all asked us to talk a little bit about too.
All right. Thank you, Lindsay. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thanks for allowing me to be here. And what a great spot to be in, right? Congratulations, Brandon and everybody. This is a great place to host, because when you talk about, performance, a speedway is about performance, right? And that's what tourism and that's what all this is about at the end of the day. You put on good tires and good fuel, you get good performance and continue to raise the performance. Our ecosystem is no different than the sports and the entertainment. We just happen to be the convention side of the house, but we also have sport at the end of the day. So we are part of this greater ecosystem of tourism and driving economic impact to the state of Georgia. The state of Georgia was or is the pioneer in downtown Atlanta. We were there first with the World Congress Center. I'm certainly glad everybody else came to join us at downtown Atlanta, but the state was there first and putting a stake in the ground at the end of the day in the early 70s. And so we've grown since then, a little larger than that. We accepted the Centennial Olympic Park as the legacy for the Olympic Games. I'm certainly proud of keeping that jewel up to date and looking sharp, because guess what that does? It drives people come look for one of their 490,000 bricks that are in Centennial Olympic Park that are inscribed. It also drove the Georgia Aquarium to come across the street. Our latest investment on the campus really is, and William stole my thunder, as he usually does, but we invested in and we own the Signia Hotel. And I know the hoteliers will be here to talk about that. It's a good business to be in, and we're certainly happy to be able to do that and offer our customers to help drive more business to the World Congress Center at the end of the day. And then last but not least, Joe Marinelli, you'll have to tell him that I did say his name live, and maybe he's logged in right now. But since 2014, we've had a relationship with Savannah. We manage the Savannah Convention Center and report to that state authority down there. We're responsible for that investment, and it's in Savannah, taking care of that investment, that recent expansion in Savannah that doubled in size. We're also responsible helping guide them to build a hotel also. So we'll have another Signia by Hilton Savannah adjacent to the convention center, like we have in Atlanta. When you talk about our mission, it's really easy at the end of the day. We want to bring benefit through economic impact to the citizens of Georgia, citizens of Atlanta, and enhance the quality of life for everyone each and every day. We do that through 200 full-time team members, but we also have, as William pointed out, 700 team members over at the Signia. And we also have thousands of folks that we have that work each and every one of our events, from public safety all the way through housekeeping, et cetera, electricians that we employ at the World Congress Center. Lindsay?
Of course, we have to talk about our economic impact. That's been a common theme, I know, with your committees throughout the season. So you can look on the screen and on y'all's paper you have in front of you. We posted about 152 events on campus in fiscal year 25. 3.5 million guests, 15,000 jobs supported, which is really good. We're really proud of that. 644 million in additional labor income, 221 million in tax revenues, and then our favorite number, 1.9 billion economic impact generated, and that number continues to grow. Since we do have some farmers on this committee, we thought it would be appropriate to compare what this impact means related to Georgia ag products. So I did not mean this in any way, but I did put blueberries first, Mr. Chairman. So Senator Goodman, our $1.9 billion impact would be equivalent to about 550 million 1-pound packs of blueberries. That is a lot of blueberry coffee. And you can see peaches, which is my favorite. And I know Senator Eccles, that's near and dear to you. And, we were in our House subcommittee on economic development for appropriations on Monday. And I reached out to Chairman Meeks to ask him a couple of questions about what exactly he wanted to talk about. He said, Lindsay, I forgot to call you back. I was harvesting peanuts. So I thought it'd be appropriate for us to compare our impact to peanuts, which is huge industry in our state, as well as soybeans, cotton, apples. Y'all can see the impact there. We know ag and ag tourism is very vital to the all of the impact across the state. We're very proud of that, and we're happy to partner with our ag industry as well, but we thought you might get a kick out of that.
And speaking of impact, we're rolling this out for the first time. I really think, for me, visualization is an important key on the impact that the World Congress Center or GWCCA managed facilities have on the state of Georgia at the end of the day. We can talk about $1.9 billion impact, how much fruit that would buy, but at the end of the day, it boils down to what is the World Congress Center and GWCCA managed facilities, inclusive of Savannah, how is that impacting the spend? And so we began to dig into some of our data. And what our data has told us thus far, and we continue to create more, and we'll have more data on this, but the spend, the direct spend from our facilities, not economic impact spend and people visiting, but direct spend of what we do in Atlanta and Savannah through the hotel, et cetera, and not inclusive of Mercedes-Benz Stadium. So we'll add that, is about $290 million thus far. It's what we've uncovered. But the greater piece for me is it impacts 101 of 159 counties in the state of Georgia. And so when we are Team Georgia, it might not be easy to see sometimes, but we are Team Georgia, and we can back up what we're showing you on the heat map every day of the week. Lindsay.
I do realize y'all know where you live in the state, but just as a reminder, we wanted to show you from our heat map where exactly our impact affects your districts in particular. So we thought you might be interested in seeing that, but we reach all the way to the Okefenokee Swamp.
So we certainly wanted to talk to you about competitive landscape. Certainly we can't live in a vacuum. The state has put in money into our facilities and continues to reinvest through the governor's office and the legislature. And we're appreciative of that, but it's going to continue to need to happen. We have major convention center renovations that happen across the country. I hate to harken back to the same discussion we were having a little bit ago about Texas, but Texas has decided to reinvest, and you got four cities in Texas doing billions of dollars of updates to their convention centers and their convention facilities. And, the George R. Brown in Houston, Kay Bailey Hutchison in Dallas, San Antonio is doing some, and then Austin. Believe it or not, Austin has torn down their convention center and gotten out of business for 4 years as they rebuild a convention center. Certainly, I'm not suggesting we want to be anywhere near that, but the continued reinvestment we need, it really allows us to keep up with some of these major players that we have around the industry. Well, so everybody else has shown the pictures. Top line, obviously, grab the most headlines at the end of the day, right? Those are great. Those are home runs. They put us on the map. They come with a frequency that we want them to come more often. Obviously, the SEC championship is every year, but much has been talked about FIFA, and we appreciate very much the state's investment of that $25 million. We're going to help be stewards of that and use that and deploy that in public safety and infrastructure, as we've noted. We're also working and kind of percolating an event that can show off the state of Georgia. So you got the 8 matches in Mercedes-Benz Stadium, and we are on our campus in Centennial Olympic Park 30 years after we hosted the World in Centennial Olympic Park. We're going to host the Fan Festival in Centennial Olympic Park during the duration of time, for 20 days right now. We have 20 non-consecutive days, but we'll have 20 days between June and July in downtown Atlanta to host the World there with activities that we can help show off Georgia. Additionally, we're also working with the Metro Chamber, Department of Economic Development, on planting a seed to perhaps some folks might not want to stand outside during the duration of June and July in Atlanta and come inside where we have air conditioning and go down to our exhibit halls. We haven't programmed all our exhibit halls right now, and we're working on a Georgia focused event in one of our exhibit halls or 2 of our exhibit halls, depending on how many partners that we can bring together. But those are important to me and important to us to help showcase Georgia. I think we talked about it, or you talked about it a while ago. How do we showcase some of the things that happen around Georgia, Georgia ag, et cetera, Georgia music, et cetera. Now, while the big top liners are there, we'll use the baseball analogy or home runs. All these other ones are traditional events, convention and trade shows that kind of keep the engine running. They come every year or they come every other year. And literally, I'm just listing a few of these for you. Now we go from cheerleaders to volleyballers, but we definitely have the trade show and conventions every year. Poultry and Processing Meat Expo comes every year. Sherm's coming back to see us, Modex, et cetera. I think what I would say, we could have a lot longer list here, but I would say to you that it takes a lot of first downs to score a touchdown at the end of the day. So I'm going back to my football analogy because my partner was in the room, but he's not here. But there are a lot of first downs that we do, and hosting a ton of events that I haven't listed on here that are vitally important to the economy and what we're doing, drives tourism, et cetera, at the end of the day for the World Congress Center and really for the state of Georgia. Some of the challenges we face are just like everybody is with workforce, right? We have opportunities in workforce and workforce development. So we're going to continue to work on that ecosystem. our ecosystem is not only the people we employ, but it's also the affiliated folks that work these events. So kind of think of the World Congress Center as a stage, and you build cities and you tear them down inside the World Congress Center. So you have folks that come set up convention and trade shows, they tear them down afterwards, or production, they put up production speakers, the like, curtains, et cetera, tear it down afterwards. So our ecosystem requires a workforce that is capable of handling the events that come to Atlanta, and well beyond that. Infrastructure is always going to be important. Like I spoke about our competition. You guys continue to invest in us, and we try to be good stewards of those facilities, but we have a lot of facility to take care of. So HVAC replacement, roof replacement, electrical replacement are all going to continue to be necessary for us to continue to be competitive in the landscape. And then like everyone else in the room, we felt the impact of operational costs over the years, of growing operational costs. And so we have to continue to maintain that. We're not looking to come to the legislature for any subsidy at the end of the day. And so we prefer the capital investment side of the equation. So as we wrap up here, just talking about our future needs, I mentioned investment. Now, the World Congress Center prides itself on money and dollars that we make at the end of the day, that we reinvest those dollars. And so since 2002, I think we've reinvested about $174 million of money that we've made ourselves to help try to match the investment that the state does. Obviously, we can't go dollar for dollar, but we can continue to reinvest in our facilities. So we're going to have ongoing capital needs that we're going to be asking for help with, but we're also going to step up and invest our own funds in those capital needs. Workforce, we've already covered, training and development partnerships. And then just like everybody else in the room, marketing. We need dollars. The state needs dollars. Put the right fuel in the engine, or can make us go faster around the racetrack, or whatever analogy we want to use at the end of the day to drive more people to the state of Georgia. So with that.
And I will say, Senator Halpern, thank you for your service on our Legislative Overview Committee. You've served on there for a few years now, and as Senator Ginn has in the past too, if he's still online, I want to thank him for that. But they see firsthand, I know, our impact, and really to the city of Atlanta as well. We couldn't do what we do without the support of the city of Atlanta, though our impact goes well beyond the metro area. It's very important what we do for the city itself and Fulton County.
I'm happy to answer any questions I have.
A lot of the folks we've talked to over the past few months about the business owners, but I appreciate the fact that what y'all do, the government entity, so to speak, but you also, what you guys help your private partners around downtown Atlanta. I mean, I think that's huge. And I'm assuming there's a lot of communication that goes on. Good neighbors.
Yeah, I think, at the end of the day, yes, we have a great partnership. I think continuity, you have folks that have been in positions for a long time, but they've created a spirit of working together to drive what's best for, in this case, Atlanta, but also the state of Georgia at the end of the day. So we have great partnerships with all my colleagues that were in the room. So we pick up the phone and talk to any of them and get what we need to get done. Entertainment complex, didn't talk about that downtown. I mean, Centennial Yards, that's fabulous. I mean, we are chasing, like William said, opportunities for our customers and their customers to eat, to go have entertainment, to have a walkable environment that they can go do things with. To that end, we're not going to get in the game as large as what they're doing in Centennial Yards, but we are looking at our international plaza. What can we do on our international plaza? That requires a partnership with the team, FMZ and the team at the end of the day. So we're studying that entertainment, what we could add to that, what restaurants we might could add to that location to really make this whole area, you spoke earlier, a place that you could come, hang out, listen to some live music, eat, enjoy your time there, in addition to go see great events.
Talk about our competitive environment nationwide too. A lot of our largest competitors have that already. They have the LA Live. They have areas where they can walk out of their convention, go have dinner, go see a show, you name it. We don't have that very close proximity to the Congress Center itself. We do have it a skip and a jump away, and we have great hotel partners all around in that downtown district. But we're looking to supplement that and really complement what's going on in the private development around us, so we can offer that to our customers and really kind of move up on the ladder. Would you say we're the fourth largest in the nation?
We are
Of course.
the largest convention center in the nation, so certainly maintain that position, probably will. Some of our competitors that are larger are reinvesting in those facilities. Orlando itself put in $560 million to upgrade their facilities. Got a great package, but we have a great package. So to Lindsay's point, absolutely. We can't get in a competition with everybody. We want to complement. We want to be very connected to all these projects that are there because it's important for us and our customers, our mutual customers.
Miss. No, I'm gonna yield to my city.
Thank you. So I just want to say, because we only got a glimpse of it here, the scale and the capacity of the Georgia World Congress Center, it is actually really, really impressive. And I've just had the chance, as you mentioned, to kind of see some of that more closely sitting on the Legislative Overview Committee, but I just wanted to underscore that point. And you started to touch a little bit on competition. So I'm wondering a couple of things. You've mentioned the kinds of investments that are being made in other major convention centers across the country. And you already have events booked on the calendar. How far out?
We have events booked through 2042 right now.
2042. And you've got all these other convention centers coming online, making those upgrades. Where's the intersection of that, the impact of those new facility or newer looking facilities on your ability to do your job? Like, what are the number 1, 2, and 3 reasons why you lose an event to another facility?
I know William was still here, but let him chime in. I think Atlanta and Georgia is very well advantaged compared to some of our competitors' workforce as far as the cost of doing work in Atlanta. I think transportation always in and around shuttling folks to get there, but we have a lot of walkability depending on what size you have. I think just the age of our buildings and where we are with vertical transportation, that's just different. You have some places you can walk right in on the ship floor, just like you can in C buildings. So that's probably sold against us. I think probably one of the other things that was brought up earlier, and I don't want to wade in too far, but we have our own police force at the end of the day. And so we have our own police force for a reason, and we do take that very serious, and that and our campus and what we're doing and for our customers at the end of the day. Work with William closely to make sure that we are taking care of our customers and watching where they're coming and going and just posting folks around to make sure people feel comfortable and safe, and the streets are clean and our campus is clean at the end of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is the business growing? And if so, what are the additional resources that you all may need from the state to continue that growth?
Well, that's a great question. I have 2 customers on that list that it's on that printed list that are coming that continue to reach max capacity on exhibit space. And we have about 1.4 million square feet of exhibit space. And so certainly that's on our mind and our discussions with them on how to find more exhibit space at the end of the day. So the answer is yes, they are growing. Not every industry is going to grow, but in particular, IPP is growing, Modex is growing. Modex was a show that started here in Atlanta and has grown exponentially in the logistics area. So definitely that's on our mind right now. We are going through a process, a master planning process for inside the World Congress Center. We kind of looked outside the Congress Center. We're working with HKS on what we can do inside to make it more favorable for our customer at the end of the day. And we will end up probably looking at where we could add more space from an exhibit level.
Would that be outside display space?
I don't know that. I don't want to, I don't know is the answer at the end of the day. I think we're going to look at all options. Certainly the expanse of the facilities is something that's always a talking point, getting from A building over to C building. So perhaps you have to look at different opportunities. At one point we built over the railroad. I'm not saying that's the right move or anything like that, but we built over a railroad in downtown Atlanta. Maybe there's space to do that. Maybe it's vertical space. It just, I need architects and engineers to help us look at that together. So
And William mentioned this, it's a $55 million investment the state made a few years ago to connect our buildings B and C to make a contiguous 1 million square feet of contiguous space. That moved the needle for us, I don't know, tenfold, because we needed extra space because the trade shows, our best customers, our reoccurring customers needed that contiguous space. For example, Heli Expo was always a really a customer we've always wanted, and they couldn't come in with their big helicopters, and they wanted that connected space. That was one of my favorite projects we worked on with the legislature, because that was a one-time $55 million investment in the state, which has been a wonderful return on investment for us, as well as the game changer of the Signia by Hilton Atlanta Hotel, which is why we're partnering with the Savannah Convention Center Authority to do the same thing down there, because we have such great hotel partners, but the market was hungry for another hotel. And we realized that. And so the state decided to invest in that right beside the Congress Center. And it's just been a wonderful investment for us and for the state.
Parking is kind of expensive. I was down there for a Falcons game. Kind of expensive parking, $120.
Yeah.
We have noticed demand drives pricing around that for parking.
Yeah.
I don't want to put you on the spot, and if you want to have this conversation offline, that's fine. So we talk a lot about, we've been talking for months now about marketing money, and then just any kind of tourism money from this appropriation standpoint. How long have you been there?
12 years.
12 years. Okay. Do you see the need for us to come up with some kind of formula? I have no idea what it is, but to help fund your capital projects and help from what you guys see with your competitors around the country, is that dedicated funding year in, year out? Is that something that you think helps the situation, helps the industry, helps the Congress Center? The rising tide floats all boats.
You're looking at me, so I'm like,
Yeah, go ahead. I
okay,
think you
well,
should.
my answer would be yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
You've had to come to the table and to the carpet and beg a lot. Well, no. I'm just saying,
Become, and we have to answer the question, like, well, what are y'all internally funding? And we answer that question. We have our own capital bucket that we fund every year for our capital needs, but we're an aging facility. I did leave you with our 50th year anniversary poster, because we have been open 50 years. And so just like your home, you have to tweak the roof, you got to fix the plumbing, and we're 4 million square feet of space. So there's constant work we have to do, and our competitors have different funding sources, and some are cash cows. They just have ways to funnel that money in. And I go to you all every year and say, please help us with roof replacement, with carpet replacement, because we've exceeded our capital bucket that we fill, and we try to increase every year. So the answer would be yes.
I mean, I think tourism, right? You said it. We're part of an ecosystem. We don't sit alone and do our own thing. We're part of a greater ecosystem, which is tourism and driving convention and trade shows here to the state of Georgia and also in Savannah. And at the end of the day, the more dedicated resources to market that and drive that would be important.
Thank you.
I will say I'm a Georgia girl all my life and always will be. And we have the best hospitality in the nation, and I would say the world. And when people come from all across the world, and we'll see that, very soon here with World Cup, they love our hospitality. They love our staff. We pride ourselves in that, just like Savannah. They are the experts in that. But that makes us so unique, I think. And so, we watched the presentation from Mr. Zimmerman about, pure Michigan. And, we're thinking Georgia on my mind. I mean, that's what people love about us. And I think we can build on that and put more money towards it to let the world know that's who we are, because they already love us that way.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we're coming up on our last panel here. We're gonna pretend like it's 11:55. Chris Hardman with GHLA, he's gonna bring his panel up, and we're gonna get some. We're gonna talk about hotels and what that looks like in Georgia.
Well, because I know we're kind of short on time.
You're
You know, with
good,
the,
man.
with the
You're good.
clock being taken back about an hour, I'm going to go ahead and get started while
You're
you pull
good.
this up. But Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, first and foremost, thank you. Thank you for your dedication to this industry. I mean, for the 15 years I've been going to the Capitol, I have never seen a spotlight on tourism like what you have done for this industry this year. So thank you for that. I'm looking forward to seeing that report at the end of this. So I'm not going to dive into too many of the details I was going to as a prelude, but you've heard the numbers, you've heard the stats, an $82 billion economic impact for this industry. That's a lot of blueberries and a lot of peaches. So with $5 billion in total taxes and nearly 500,000 jobs just from this industry. Yet for hotels, we run the risk because the hotels in Georgia have the highest total taxes in the nation. It truly is remarkable. Yet we're the lowest funded in the nation when it comes to tourism marketing, which we keep hearing after each meeting, which is why I've brought in 4 of the most distinguished leaders in the hotel industry to talk to you today about some of the concerns that they've seen in their properties and some of the opportunities that they see could lead the way to even greater insight for our industry. So with that, I'm going to let them introduce themselves. We've got GHLA's chairman, Ramon Reyes. We're going to start with you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. My name is Ramon Reyes, as Chris has mentioned. I'm fortunate to serve as chair for the Georgia Hotel Lodging Association, but also as managing director of the Omni in Atlanta and downtown Atlanta. And, you know, we're right behind Kevin and team celebrating 50 years next year as a property, and we employ just about 600 associates at our hotel in downtown Atlanta. Just fortunate to be here today and look forward to the conversation as well.
Good afternoon. My name is Ivan Pofu, and I'm with Legacy Ventures. Legacy Ventures owns and manages hotels and restaurants. And I also oversee the Embassy Suites Centennial Olympic Park as an operator, as a general manager.
Hi, thanks for having us here today. I'm Roger Fleming. I am the incoming chairman of the Georgia Hotel Lodging Association. I've been the treasurer this past year, and I'm also the general manager at the Atlanta Marriott Northwest, which is a 40-year-old property that it's funny, as I talk to people, almost everybody I come in contact with up in that area has had their prom there, has had their something at the Marriott Northwest. So we've been around for a long time serving the community.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for having us. My name is James Green. I'm the general manager for the Trilith Guest House. Unlike the experienced team here, we have only been on the map for a little over 18 months. We just opened up in January of 2024 in Fayetteville, Georgia. So excited to be here and share a little bit of our information with you.
All right, well, thank you all. So we're going to dive right in and talk a little bit about competition to kick us off. And Ramon and Roger, I'm going to start with the two of you. Both of your properties specifically, they rely heavily on convention travel. We just heard from Lindsay. By the way, Lindsay, thanks for having us in your hometown. We heard from Lindsay and Kevin with the Georgia World Congress Center as well as ACVB, and started with the sports panel today. The two of you rely heavily on convention and sports travel, but how has this low level of tourism marketing investment in our state affected your ability to compete with other states?
I think, some of the stats have been shared already earlier. I will say that I was fortunate to be at the Battery before transitioning over to downtown, and you've heard a little bit about the investments in other cities, whether it's convention centers, sporting venues. I think we're well positioned. As a state, certainly as a downtown space, we have a lot of great things taking place. But I think what keeps me up at night is how do we continue to win? How do we stay on top? And how do we remain relevant in the midst of all of these great venues? In my time at the Battery, we had about 118 other sports organizations that had gone to the Battery to look at that as a model to rebuild their venues. And now 4 years later, because that was when I was there, they've built those places. And similar to the convention centers that are being invested in, similar to all these other venues that are being built, we will face more competition in the future. And so while Centennial Yards is great, I'm excited about that, the center and all the other great investments that are happening in downtown space, we still need to market our city and market our space and tell our story so that we continue to have that engine churn. And so as we generate these funds, we want that to, a portion of that to be reinvested into our great state and city so that we can continue to see the tourism flourish.
And I would say I've been in the industry for quite a while, and COVID changed our industry, and specifically from my hotel. We were primarily probably 70% business travel and then 30% leisure travel for our market and for our particular hotel. But the business market has not returned to the levels that it was prior to COVID. And so we rely a lot more heavily on the leisure travelers than we used to. And those are the types of travelers that I believe would be the most affected by the marketing, because they don't have to come to Georgia, whereas a business traveler does, but a leisure traveler can go wherever they want. And we have so many great facilities and assets in the state of Georgia. We just need to make sure everyone knows about them and comes to see them.
Well, that kind of brings us to one of the biggest questions that this panel has had is the return on investment. Right. We've heard a lot of different numbers, but just in its simplest terms, I'm going to just use an example. And this one's for Ivy and James. If we were to increase our tourism marketing budget to $50 million, which simply brings us in line with other states, so we're not losing to Alabama and Mississippi anymore, what would that return on investment look like? What can we expect from that? And how would that impact you and your properties specifically? So Ivy, I'll start with you.
So, we've heard the stats on return. Speaking just on a small scale case study, my property, I have a 48-to-1 return when I advertise on a third party. I know that it can never get to that scale. We're pretty lucky because of our location. But there definitely there's an opportunity there. What I worry about most is one of our other properties that Legacy Ventures owns is Dillard House, which is in North Georgia. Nobody really liked Dillard House. It's a gem. It's out there. We always say that's where God goes to vacation. But if people don't know about it, they're not going to come. I know that Visit North Carolina had their Big Dream Small Town campaign that they initiated to try to draw business to rural tourist locations, and they had a 13-to-1 return on their investment. So I think that we see that it does work, and I think it's worth getting into. One of the things that concerns us when we're thinking about FIFA, everyone's mentioned FIFA, is out of the 7 million visitors that are expected to come and attend FIFA, how many is Georgia going to see? Right now, the world, international travel, knows Florida, they know Las Vegas, they know New York. My family, so I was born and raised in Southern Africa, and my family is still in Southern Africa. They're coming for the games. They're not planning to make Georgia a stop. They don't know about it. They say, yes, you're there, but what are we going to do? They don't know about all the exciting things that are out there that we offer. And so I think that there's a huge opportunity there.
Yeah, I'd have to go ahead and second that. I mean, the tax revenue, we heard a couple of different numbers, but the 1 to 8 is really what we're looking at. In the state of Georgia, the tourism and the promotion that we looked at, based off the studies of the similar states and similar size, very much as what Mr. Zimmerman put out there for Pure Michigan. But in Georgia, we can expect a 1 to 8 return, which for $50 million in advertising spend for the state to draw more people into Georgia could result in a $400 million tax increase. So, mathematically speaking, the axis moving from left to right at a 45-degree angle and the amount of money that we put towards marketing for the state of Georgia in an overarching campaign, I think has significant ROI and really can bring to light and has the opportunity to bring to light the smaller areas of Georgia, like the Dillard House or the Trilith Guest House. Sits on 400 acres in South Fayetteville that no one knows is there. And not to be negative about it, but I think that the exposure needs to get out there. We have the country's largest movie studio. We have Trilith Live, a 22,000 seat amphitheater that is going to be able to do live shows. And we heard from Matt McLean earlier about Trilith Live. These are all high impact areas that could increase the overall tourism draw to the state of Georgia.
Well, thank you. And yes, the Dillard, I saw you guys smiling earlier. The Dillard House really is a true gem, and what Trilith has become is phenomenal.
I
mean,
would
there
agree.
was-
I would agree that
Yeah.
God comes to vacation in Northeast Georgia.
Love it. So that's we're gonna go over the taxes and fees and reinvestment. First to start off by saying, I said this at the beginning, but many of you don't realize this, but Georgia is home to the highest total taxes in the nation on hotels. No other state has higher, which is truly remarkable knowing that we are Georgia. Just to put that in simple terms, I spent more in taxes at my hotel last night than I will in California next week. I think that really is remarkable. So I'm going to go and I'm going to kick this one off with Roger and Ivy. How does that tax burden affect your ability to attract leisure and group travelers?
Well, I think I have a good example for that. So we're in Cobb County, and one of our largest events each year is Perfect Game, and it's youth baseball. And it's 4 to 5 night pattern, which is the gold standard in the hotel business because you want people to come and stay longer because it's less expensive to turn the hotel over every day. But Perfect Game, for example, in 2024, just in Cobb County alone, generated about 65,000 room nights. And there's even more than that over the metro area. But because, for example, the $5 fee, that adds $320-something thousand to the cost for that fee for those families and teams to come stay in Cobb County. We also have a $3 fee in Cobb County, which brings the total over $500,000 that they have to pay if they're going to choose to come and stay with us. And I was talking with Rachel Rogers this morning. Every year, other states, other localities pitch Perfect Game to move because it's amazing business. And so we're constantly having to compete for that and recompete for it every year and overcome that additional cost that they have to pay just to come and stay with us.
So it's families that you're dealing with. And when they travel, every penny counts. So in Atlanta, it's 16.9% of the taxes that you pay for your hotel room. And you're moving up further north. So I speak again on behalf of Dillard House. So just over across the border into North Carolina, the maximum you're going to pay is 12.75%. That's the maximum. So that's an ongoing issue to say, can we compete with those tourist attractions or destinations that can, one, advertise more, and two, are costing families a little bit less?
And that's such a great point. I mean, when we spoke about youth sports earlier. If you're in Columbus, if you're in Dillard, right? If you're even over in Cobb County in the middle of the state, but especially on the border states, what's stopping you from, if you're in Columbus, from going right across the border, right across the bridge, walking there to save 10% in total taxes? That's what some of these youth sports groups are having to consider when they're coming into our great state of Georgia. So to finish on taxes, I'm going to ask all of you just a one-word answer on this final question with taxes before we go on to the next section. And this is, Senator Goodman, this is just for you because this is a question you have asked at every single meeting. So thank you for that. And I'm going to get you an answer right now. So if the state or a locality were to impose an additional tax on your properties, would that impact your ability to recruit and retain travelers?
Yes.
Yes.
So yes, I think any additional taxes on the hotels, which are the highest total taxes in the nation, that would be detrimental to this great industry, an industry that gives back so much. So as we look into economic impact and future growth, I think it's important to note that state investment in tourism is an investment in rural Georgia. It's an investment across the entire state, and the return that individuals like James and Ivy see is truly unmatched in their destination. So for James and Ivy, how could increased state investment help elevate emerging destinations like Trilith, where we were last night, and like Dillard, just up in the great Northeast Georgia?
Yeah, I would have to say that, an investment like that, knowing the ROI, even minimalistically or at 50% of what has been shown out here today, would contribute significantly, not only to the local economy of Fayetteville or Dillard House, but to the expanding businesses. I mean, we put in a place where the essential services and some of these incorporated towns are lacking. And the appropriation of the taxes for our small area, it's a large burden on those guests that travel to us. I mean, 16.5% to stay one night, right? 16.5% of $300, $200, $400 a night is a significant burden. And if you're looking at the businesses that we have fought so hard to bring into the fold, like the data center in QTS, where they're going to potentially have 3, 4, 5,000 room nights a year at our facility, that's a significant tax implication for them. And I think that we would be better served to try to offset that with the increase of more visitors to the state overall.
Can you break down that 16% for me? Because I know it's not just 16% flat. Break it down if
So,
you don't
right,
mind.
absolutely. And I'm going to use, I could use Fayetteville or Columbus or really most of them. So let's say
While we're here.
truly an 8.9% state and local sales tax, an 8% hotel motel tax, and the $5 fee. So when you look at the when that translates to
One more time. 8.9% state.
8.9% state and local sales tax.
Okay. What's the next date?
8% hotel motel tax.
That's local also though, right?
That's local opt-in approved by the state. And then the $5 fee. So you'll have
But all that money does not go to the state.
No, it does not.
That 8% goes to the local.
Exactly.
Okay.
So
I just wanted, for the record, I just wanted,
No.
I did,
And then the $5 fee, but that $5 fee translates differently from community to community. So if you look at Fayetteville, right, the ADR might be $82 or the average daily rate. So that $5 fee, whatever, $5 is a percent of $82, so it's
Right.
7.8%. So then that
Okay.
comes up to about 22 to 25% in total taxes in that area at that hotel
at Trillis,
at Trilla
20%.
by the state. No.
By us.
No.
Understood.
And Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question? Is this, and forgive my ignorance on this, but so what are the taxes going to be in Lowndes County, Georgia? Are they going to be the same or?
Mostly it'll be about the same. So you might have, typically you'll have a 4% local sales tax, 4% state sales tax, and then 0.9% loss, whatever local option sales tax there is in that area. In Lowndes, it might be only 8% state and local, and then 7 or 8%. I think it is actually 8% now. Hotel motel tax. So that's 16%, then plus the $5 fee. So if you have $100 a night, that comes out to 21%.
And the $5 fee.
That's flat. That's a flat tax, flat fee tax.
So just for clarification, the reason I'm asking that question is about a local issue that we're trying to figure out how to get some money for a convention center. So I'm not trying to put a $5 fee on every hotel in the state, but we're trying to figure out down in South Georgia how we can come up with some money to be able to get a convention center down in our part of the world. And so obviously we live in a world of limited resources and trying to figure out how we can do that. And of course, we've got our local folks that are dealing with property taxes that are going through the roof. And I'm curious though, in our part of are you saying is everything pretty much 16 point something %, or is some areas 12% and some areas 16%?
For the most part, I think there's 200 and correct me if I'm wrong, Tyler, if he was in the room. There's 244 jurisdictions that impose a local hotel motel tax. Basically, those are all the ones that have a hotel or a short.
And there's a lot of difference between what $5 is on a $110 a night hotel
Exactly.
versus
the $72
I
a
mean,
night.
right.
$50 a night. Exactly.
And you come to Atlanta, they're $300 a night, and you get down to my part of the world, they're $110.
And I
you
think
know.
that's what Mac mentioned in his presentation down in
Mhm.
Valdosta at our last meeting. So
Do you have any data that, I mean, of course, this is just me personally now, but when I go to a hotel, I don't ever even look at the receipt, you know? What I mean? I just, it is what it is, you know? But we're the highest, I I guess you're saying in the country as far as.
We are home, I like to say we're home to the highest. So the localities in the state of Georgia, with the $5 state fee are the ones that have the highest total taxes. So the $5 fee, state sales tax, local sales tax, and the hotel motel tax. Those localities are the highest in the nation. So, and that was all conducted by, I don't know if George is still here but there was a Longwood study that was conducted that was accredited by the American Hospitality Alliance, I believe. And that was actually not even us, it was other states looking at trying to do a comparison amongst states.
But there is a lot of difference between 16% on $300 a night and 16% on $100 a night. you know.
Exactly.
So I think in that case, it can change significantly depending on what area of the state you're in.
Absolutely. It's similar to how they look at per diem too, when
Yeah.
they're studying that. So.
Well, and that's, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I need to be, I'm supposed to be, guys, if you don't know, there's decorum with this. I'm supposed to be saying, Mr. Chairman, can I ask one more question? And I'm turning it into a dialogue. So I apologize for that, Mr. Chairman. I'm about, yeah, hey, Mr. Chairman, the only person I know, it's starting to be like when I'm chairing an ag committee with Senator Summers. He gets on dialogue sometime, but at any rate, I thank you for that. We're struggling with that in our area of how we can come up, because to be honest, for a lot of y'all in the room here, especially from the Atlanta area, they're down in my part of the world. Sometimes we tend to get, feel like we get forgotten a little bit sometimes, and so, and that's one of the reasons I want to thank, the chairman for having a meeting in Valdosta. That was, I think he can tell you that, he was about like Elvis had came to town. They were so thankful for him bringing that there. So at any rate, thank you
Yeah,
for
we're gonna-
clarification.
I think we're gonna have to have a motorcade going home too, right? So that was such a great time and a great experience, and it really showcases that Valdosta is the gateway to the state of Georgia. And this industry is Georgia's front door, is what I like to say. We just need the investment to be able to welcome those people in to come and spend their money into the state of Georgia. So I'm going to skip over from the next question and go to, this is also for Chairman Eccles. You had mentioned us needing to talk a little bit about safety and security. I think it's important to note there's two of the most high profile issues for our industry, for the hotel industry. It's something that we're already working on in the upcoming legislative session. The first one, you've heard me talk about this a lot, is House Bill 61. It's no pay, no stay. That is legislation that would simply make it a duty of law enforcement officers to remove illegal, unlawful, and unpaying guests from hotels that refuse to pay, refuse to leave, and are acting in criminal intent. But the second one, the most important one to our industry, our priority for this upcoming legislative session, and our priority as an industry, is to do what we can to eradicate the evil that is human trafficking. I think that is something that we should all be on board with. And as an industry, we're going to be looking at legislation that will make it mandatory for our employees, for hotel and lodging business employees, to all be trained in human trafficking prevention. And we want to do this before the World Cup, because we know we have 7 million people coming into the United States. We want 5 million of those people coming into the state of Georgia. We want to be sure that they know that they have eyes on them when they walk through our front doors, so we can rid the evil that is human trafficking here in the state of Georgia. And all four of our panelists have done an incredible and amazing feat in addressing that issue. So I was hoping they could give some examples of what they're doing right now to combat some of the more pressing safety and security issues, but specifically around human trafficking. So Ramon, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, I think that the simplest way to phrase is we've self-mandated, the requirement. All of our associates, no matter what position you're in, are required to go through training for awareness. And certainly, I think that's part of the plan. The rest is certainly our partnership with those that educate, whether it's Homeland Security and local law enforcement, to come in and spend time with our associates to educate them on what to be aware of and certainly what to do in those moments if they do make an observation. But I think the simplest way to phrase, as I mentioned, is that really we've self-mandated that really for years now at this point, relative to the training that we require all of our associates to go through.
Yeah, and I'll add on to that. We do, obviously, there's privacy concerns, but every single team member, including the room attendants, so rooms, we're talking with weapons, because, with things happening all around. all certain things inside the room that they report when it comes to human trafficking. They're very good at it. So every single team member in all our properties is aware and trained.
It's the same for us. We're mandated twice by Marriott. Our brand requires annual retraining on human trafficking. And then also our management company, Concord Hotels, has their own as well. So, and with Concord, we get the naughty list every day. If you're on it, you literally have to take a person off the schedule if they haven't completed their training on time. And I would very confidently say that the average hospitality worker is more educated than most anybody about the signs of human trafficking and what to look for and how to react to it.
I'd have to agree with all of my colleagues. We also do self-imposed and self-mandated training. Our management company, Mainsail Lodging and Development, does twice a year, as well as in conjunction with Marriott International, as we fly a franchise flag under the Tribute portfolio. To the extent that we actually outfit all of our room attendants and all of our engineers and all of our associates that would potentially be in a space behind closed doors. So on the guest room floors, in a guest room, whether they're working on a television or, stylizing a room, they also have panic buttons that each one of them carry that are tested every single day. We have a company that monitors it. And so this is on the forefront for all of us in our entire industry, and I think has been for a long time. And I think that Marriott and a lot of our management companies do a really great job of this.
Well, first and foremost, thank you all for what you do to combat that evil. And we're gonna finish with one last question. So if you could personally and professionally deliver one message to your Georgia General Assembly on how we could best compete both regionally, nationally, and globally as a state when it comes to tourism, what would that message be? And we're gonna start, ladies first, with Ivy.
That would be we have an amazing state and our tourist attractions and destinations are fantastic. Again, if God comes and vacations at Dillard House, why not anybody else? It would be to invest in that. And there's no fear in getting a return because we know it's tried and proven that there definitely is a return on that.
I'll go next. So I thought about this, creating a unified state brand. Mr. Zimmerman's presentation was quite compelling. And I think that having a unified brand voice for the state of Georgia and tourism as a whole will put out there to the world that we are growing, we are developing. This is a place of leisure. It is a place of business. It is a place of commerce, and it is a place to generate the buzz. Our sports counterparts have already done such a tremendous job facilitating bringing these huge events to the state of Georgia that I think that we can, if my message would be to you would be is to create a more unified brand for the state of Georgia for tourism.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this earlier. We're well positioned. We've got great assets, and I joke, but if we can host Taylor Swift for 3 days and not have any issues and do it successfully, we could do anything at all. We're well positioned to continue to be successful. We just need to continue to reinvest in our industry. So,
I'd say it's easy. Just do what we have to do to put Georgia on everyone's mind. We have everything we need here. We just need to get the word out to come see it.
What a way to finish us off. I want to thank everyone on this panel as we open it up for questions from this distinguished committee. But thank you all for your time. This industry is a 24/7 industry. So thank you for taking time out of your extremely busy day to come here and speak to the greatest study committee that there's ever been made. So thank you.
Absolutely.
So questions?
Senator Halpern, you got any questions? Senator Goodman? He did half of y'all's presentation. Senator Jones, you have any questions? Chris, I appreciate it. And he clearly took notes in the past sessions and
Try to
came-
answer.
he came back ready to answer those questions. Thank y'all. Thank y'all very much. Just really quickly, I'll start down here on my far right. Senator Goodman, you have any last minute thoughts on our committee as we close, and we'll be getting our report ready hopefully
No,
this Friday.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for your leadership on this and for really making this a priority for the Senate, and to everyone that was involved, Ms. Bernita, my members on the committee, fellow members on the committee. We have had some phenomenal meetings. To all of our guest speakers, people that have attended the meetings, thank you. It's just like the questions that we were just talking about with our hoteliers. You know, the issue in my little community is something that the local folks are going to decide, but this being on this committee is something that has given me an opportunity to hear from different folks so that I can bring those perspectives that I'm hearing from you all back to my local community. And it has really become very clear to me that we need to invest in tourism. We need to invest in our state, and that we need to look at doing something like what Michigan did. I think we've got a great state. I think, obviously, I'm partial. Greatest state in the union as far as I'm concerned, and we've got a lot to offer. But we've got to let folks know that we've got a lot to offer in order to get them here. And so, thank you to everyone who's helped us with this, and I look forward to getting that report out.
Absolutely. Senator Halpern.
I want to echo a lot of what you just heard from Senator Goodman. Thank you for bringing forward this study committee resolution. I'm grateful that the Lieutenant Governor funded it and allowed us to do this work. It has been great to be in the different markets over these 4 meetings and really hear from every part of the industry that makes up that kind of global tourism bucket. And I agree that I've learned a lot. I think the timing also couldn't be any better. We've talked a lot and heard it even today, a lot about FIFA coming next year. And I think FIFA gives us a great opportunity to say, what is it that we need to do if we're going to have all these people come to Atlanta? That's one city, but how, once they're here, especially when they're coming from other parts of the country and the world, how do we get them to say, I'm going to spend a few days in Atlanta and then let me go discover all these other wonderful assets that we have across our state. So I think the timing couldn't be better. And then, of course, for the long, that's short term, but in the mid and long term, we have so much to offer as a state. And so I'm excited for our final report, and more than that, excited to see what we're going to actually be able to bring to fruition as we head into our next legislative session. So thank you.
Thank you. Senator Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I concur with my senators from the 8th and the 39th. I've enjoyed being able to serve with you on this committee. I think you've done an admirable job. We've had a chance to see a really good cross-section for the state of Georgia, and it's been my honor and privilege to be here with you all today. I can't think of a better place to end this final study committee than right here in our great county of Henry, at the largest tourist attraction in the state of Georgia, Atlanta Motor Speedway, and welcome to Henry County.
Awesome. I've got just a couple of things I'm going to mention right quick. It goes back to, I think, everything we've talked about over the past couple months. Brandon said it out the gate this morning. It's about the fan experience, right? And we give people a great experience here in the state of Georgia. I feel like we are so close. I feel like we're closer today at the end of this meeting than we were when we got here. We're so close to making Georgia the #1 state in the nation for tourism that we can touch it. We're very close. I am excited about the things that we've learned over the past few months, and just honored that the Lieutenant Governor, first off, picked this resolution. I appreciate him and his staff doing that. And then to be able to serve with these fine senators here, I got to, the freshmen, I don't know, like I said, the first meeting, I felt like I was deep sea fishing, and I hooked something and I don't know what it is, but there's a lot of clarity here now on the direction that we need to go. And a last final example, I think our sports folks have left, but when the All-Star game came to Atlanta, back during the summer. We had some folks, from Indiana came to watch that, baseball game and came to my farm to pick peaches because they wanted to pick peaches on a farm here in Georgia. So, you know, the stadium's about an hour and 20 minutes from my farm. I have no idea where they were staying, but that is just a microcosm of what happens in this industry, that touches Georgians. We employ, my business, we employ a little, about 90 employees. So having those kind of folks come in from all over the country and enables me to help make a payroll. And I know what it means. So thank y'all, everybody. I know we're getting recorded right now. So hopefully some folks that showed up in Gainesville and Savannah and Valdosta, hopefully they're watching. I appreciate everybody who's attended these meetings, and we look forward to getting a great report out. So thank y'all.